Is it time? Hopefully I'm not too late. Let's get started. I'm currently trying to turn down my AC, and it has been spinning wheeled. Nest is great. It just left the view I was in entirely. Set up new Nest Hub Max. I don't have a Nest Hub Max. That was fun. Well, now I can actually see my normal nests. Lowered the temp. There we go. Nice. That's all fixed. Should have actual air up here now. Anyways, what's good, y'all? Sorry I'm late. I was in a space about, of all things, Flutter. I won't forget to start my recording before I start my first video. Don't worry. Appreciate it. Thank you. Surprised we didn't get hit too bad with that last time. Are there more Google layoffs? Fun. I'm with you, Voxel. Framework. I did see this. It's hard for me to recommend any of them at this point. Like, if you're cool with MVC and you're okay with PHP, Laravel's in a really good spot. But like, once you are trying to get auth and payment included, you're kind of fucked. These two things suck. And very few options have them baked in. And of the options that have them baked in, they have other catches. Oh shit, Lewis. Thanks for stopping by, man. Hope that the recent Elixir arc isn't upsetting too much, knowing, like, actually, I had a great convo with Dylan recently from Vercel, where he's convinced that Gleam is the right language to be introduced to functional programming. And that is a thought I haven't been able to get out of my head since he said it, to the point where I'm considering doing a much deeper dive into Gleam as soon as I have the time, which means at this rate, probably in like 2026. Actually, though. Oh, shit. I would have a lot of fun with a functional programming for non-functional programmers type, like, modern resource that isn't just the usual, like, Haskell circle jerk of monads. Oh, good approach to planning out the application and all those concerns. Just start building and pick the most popular solution. Like, yeah. Front end plus back end, Next.js is blowing up right now, and for good reasons. I'd recommend starting there. You run into auth, look into what's most popular. Clerk obviously has a lot of attention in the space. They sponsor a lot of the content I do, and I like them a lot. Worth looking into, but there's plenty of other options as well. For the payment stuff, you have to do Stripe. It's not fun, but you have to. What you'll find with the modern solutions is, instead of there being like one encompassing path, there are lots of options, which seems scary until you realize all of those options result in a much simpler thing to add and maintain than the prescribed giant solution that you would get in times past. Quality. Oh, we're not talking about Flutter yet. We got another. So I promised them I wouldn't override their space at all because they're doing a Twitter space right now. So I'm planning around 2:30 for the Flutter stuff, which is about an hour from now because I'm on Pacific time. I feel this. I have a conversation coming up with the Stripe team that I'm quite excited about. Actually, I need to add 2 things to my to-do list before I forget. And I keep my to-do list private. Sorry. So let me add these quick. Cool. Those are added. Oh no, Gabriel. First you get a job doing OTel stuff. Then you start working out. What's next? You're going to start writing all your code in Rust? Oh, dang, Lithium. Thanks for stopping by. 16 months. Let me thank all the subs that I missed, and then we can get started for real. Oh, shit. Aurora's the shit. I haven't had a chance to watch her talk yet, so I'm saving this for myself to read after I do. I've heard incredible things about said talk, and I'm very excited to watch it. Let me thank all the subs I missed. We got Ronan starting the day off strong, 12 months straight, 22 months total, legend. We got Ben MQ with the Prime, first time chatter, second time sub though, appreciate that a lot. We got Tom Blix tier, 5 months total with the tier 1, appreciate you so much for that. Nate at that 27 months, Jesus Christ, y'all have been around for too long. We got D9NM with the Prime, thank you so much for that. Voxel, always good to see you, man. Went to be a semester with the mobile app crashed, yep. The Twitch mobile app is in such a shit state right now. It's actually fucking hard to believe. I tried my hardest to get them to rethink the strategy with the mobile app and failed and gave up. I do sincerely think there's a future where Arc dies, yes. They said it wouldn't go anywhere, but that doesn't mean anything. Remember when Nintendo said that the Game Boy was here to stay? The Nintendo DS was just a new thing they were trying? Yeah. Oh, fuck. That reminds me. Something else I have to do. I'll leak it in a sec, whatever. Let me thank all my subs. I'll get this started first, actually. Give me 1 sec, y'all. Just make sure the latest is still the latest. Okay, cool. I think I just got their new browser installed. Let me hide this again for a sec. You have to create an account. Give me 1 sec to do that. Fuck. They locked us out. I was so excited. I got to their new browser, and I have it installed, but you have to sign in to use it, and I don't have auth for it. RIP. It's worth a shot. Anything else open I don't want open? Cool. No, I think my angle on the Flutter thing is going to be probably going to surprise a lot of you guys because I'm very in favor of the fork, and I tend to be really supportive of efforts to like steer a technology that's not going the right way externally. A browser that has cloud features that cost the company money. Oh, that's actually funny. I hadn't thought of it like that. Clever. Let's hide that guy. This is where we're living today. This, obviously, we're doing. That we have to do today. This we'll be doing as well. This, I would say, is also high priority. I like that these two messages are next to each other because, yeah, hopefully that clarifies. I missed more subs because I was doing all that. Let me finish thanking people. We got Storm here with the Prime, 5 months. Thank you for that. Luciferno with 8 months total of tier 1. Thank you. Lithium, the legend, the OG. Always good to see you, man. We got Bucky's here with the Prime. Noax with the 2 months. Finally subbing again. Appreciate it. We got Tiamat with the Prime. Demon Wolf always here. If you have a 5-stream streak, the streaks are bugged. And then Thor Jr. here with the 16 months. Yeah, I should probably cover this again. The last time I did this, it blew up. Copilot really wants to win. Huh. If anybody has resources for that one. Oh, that sucks. If it was recent enough, you can probably get a refund and swap up. If it was long enough ago, I would still go to the Apple store and bitch. Just say you feel burned as an Apple customer. They've never done something because they haven't ever done something like this before. Yep. Very real, Lithium. Good question. I haven't investigated this too much. We were doing a lot of general work in file management and specifically chunked pre-signed puts on iOS and Android. That was a bit of a mess, but we got it working. I don't know if there is a limit like this. It's something I definitely would like to investigate. If you do have the time to try it out and see if that's the case, definitely DM me and let me know how that goes. Thank you for these links. Very helpful. Yeah, I know. I have it installed. I just can't sign into it yet. I'm going to chug a bunch of water so I hopefully don't lose my voice. Don't end up like Prime here, you know? Voxel, when you say the monitors with different colors, do you mean like the external monitors or like my laptop monitor and like the black around it? Either way, I find it really hard to justify the Apple displays, even though there's nothing else like it. It's the state of panels right now is disgusting. I don't want to buy a high-end display that isn't 120 hertz. And even if I did, getting like Retina level PPI is obnoxiously difficult. Ooh, what do you got for me here? That's 50 fucking minute keynote. I guess we can blast through this. There's no way. There's literally no way Apple's doing a new display. That would have leaked so long ago. Especially not a good one. Like panels are so hard to manufacture. Ooh, this looks like a good resource. Thank you, guys. I also don't want white bezels on an OLED display because I want the black of the display to match the black of the outline. Higher refresh rate OLED is absolutely cheap enough, just not for monitors, only for TVs. I'm more than happy to spend $2,000 on a monitor. It just needs to have the right PPI, which none of them fucking do. It's just the manufacturing of the panels is not a high demand thing at the moment. And as such, nobody's bothered investing in it. Once they fix the fucking Vision Pro ultra wide shit, the story of why that's not out yet is actually fascinating. I've considered doing it, but like I know the video won't perform, so fuck it. I don't like the glare coatings simply because I don't care that much about glare, and I get really annoyed when it makes the pixels not great. And yes, I'm on my laptop display when I'm working most of the time. I have my big old ancient Dell 1440p monitor I've been using since college as my like reference display when I'm filming, so I have that. I can see chat and things without having to look here. But I don't work on that. I would never code on that at this point in time. Yeah, Dell's the best monitor company for sure. Weird, but yeah. Between camera angles, it's all in the brain. If I just think really hard, it happens. And when I look at my laptop, watch, I look over, swaps over. Magic, right? Audio is more important, but video is really like once audio is at a certain bar, like going from 8 out of 10 audio to 10 out of 10 audio doesn't matter. Most people won't notice the difference. But if you're 6 out of 10 or below, you're fucked. With video, people will notice the gap between 8 out of 10 and 10 out of 10. They notice every step along the way. But you can watch a video that has crappy video quality as long as the audio is listenable. But if the video looks great and the audio is garbage, you're not watching it. Use Next.js and get good at one of the AI gen tools like V0 or something. It's half of it is I do want to just use be able to work from my couch. The other half is I shouldn't feel like I have to grab a wire and run a cable and an adapter and everything just to get the speeds that I'm expecting from my local network. Like, the issue is, as someone with ADHD, I want to start working on a video. I'm sitting on the couch. I realize that I have to transfer about 80 gigabytes to like 200 gigabytes of assets to start. So I have two options. I can start the transfer over Wi-Fi, where it will take many minutes. Or I can get up, go find my Thunderbolt adapter that costs like $150 fucking dollars, find a long enough Ethernet cable, route it, plug it in, realize the port I have it plugged into isn't one of my 10 gig ports, rewire things in my network closet, plug it in again, finally get it all working an hour-ish later, lost track of why I bothered in the first place. Yeah. So what ends up happening is I could download it, but I look and I think, you know what? I'll plug this in so the download is faster. I'll do that in a minute though. And then I don't. And then I don't end up doing the work. And that's a consistent thing to the point where, like, yeah, it's just, if I can make less friction for me to get started on a task, I'm willing to spend disgusting amounts of money for that and disgusting amounts of time to get that working. But I need to have that happy path. For backend, yeah, Vercel. Vercel is a backend platform. They host servers serverlessly, but yeah. And if I can't use Vercel, then something like Fly is a really good bet. Also, I've been impressed with Savala. They're a recent sponsor, but I was able to get set up on Savala with Laravel in literal seconds. Yeah, DHH and I have a lot of philosophical alignment. The issue is that he hasn't advanced his takes in software dev for about 10 years. And as a result, his advice doesn't line up with his stance very well. So like the difference between serverless, oops, not what I'm trying to click. Ooh, I accidentally clicked this. You have my interest, sir. That looks like a very fun one. Thank you for the link. But yeah, the quick serverless, what it actually is, rant. I don't own a car. I would say that I'm carless. That doesn't mean I don't drive in cars. It means that I drive in Ubers, Lyfts, and Waymos, which are other people's cars that I don't own. It costs me slightly more money to ride in that car than it would if I owned the car myself. But depending on how often I'm riding in a car, it's very beneficial to not own one and just pay the extra fee. And on top of that, if one day a month I actually need 4 cars because I have a bunch of people going from one place to another, it's way better to not own a car, because if I owned one car that could fit 4 people, but that one day a month I actually need 4 cars, I'm fucked. At that point, it barely benefits me to own that one car, especially if you decide you want to own all your cars. So now you own 4 cars, even though you only need one of them one day a week, and you only need the 4 one day a month. Yeah, you can only drive one car too, yes. So at some point, you should have something like carless so that you can expand past your capacity if you ever need the ability to do that. Now imagine having one car you own and 4 cars you don't. Sucks because it's more unnecessary complexity. And now imagine the price gap is really, really small. All of a sudden, carless makes a lot of sense. My noise floor is being hit. I see things coming in that I shouldn't be. I'm going to adjust my audio setups very slight bit really quick. That's as good as that's going to get with some quick adjustments. Admittedly, a little annoyed, but it's fine. Believe it or not, this isn't one of my Express shirts. This is a Nordstrom. This is a much more expensive one. It's from like a custom designer. It was tailored a while back. Oh, nothing is burning. Serverless is the cold start waiting. Yeah, but my car analogy for serverless is very good. V0 is the one you were thinking of. V0.dev. I need to hit record. Then we'll get started. I can't believe I couldn't kill that noise floor. I just changed so many settings. I really thought that would do it. The numbers I'm seeing on OBS are very different from the ones I'm seeing on my Rodecaster right now. I don't feel like going further to fix it. But yeah, things sound fine, right? Should sound pretty good. I did a lot of adjustment. Sounds good. Levels should be fine. The only thing that I would worry about is background noise. Hopefully you're not hearing any more of that than usual. Cool. No idea what I'm talking about. That's dope to hear. Well, hear kind of a pun. Whatever. I'm going to hit record quick. Well, marker offset. We'll aim for 3450. We'll do 3445. 3445. Oh, it shows the emojis. I'm using better Twitch TV, BTTV. It's great. YouTube Live and Twitch are both blocked. Oof. There's no way Twitter isn't blocked as well. VPNs. You know, I don't want to give too much context there. I don't make enough ad rev for a bump to be noticed. I also only stream once a week. The person to ask, and I'm not saying you guys should, I'm considering doing it myself. I'm personally probably going to ask at some point Pirate Software if he's seen a dent on the Ferret Software account, because they're running 24/7 and make a ton of money on ads and have a pretty consistent viewer base. That's where a dip would be noticed in ad revenue. And I am extraordinarily curious. I just haven't had the time to send the DM, but it's something I've been planning on asking about for a bit now. That's been quite a fucking drama. Yo, Theo, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate that a ton. My Void Zero video is already up. It's been up for like over a week now. Of course, Anton. It's an important issue. Your work can almost certainly see you did that, yes. Honestly, what I do is I just watch on my phone. I don't really use my computer to watch videos. What do I have in my terminal? Anything important? No. Cool. Assuming this is... Oh, there's an interview with Evan about it. Interesting. I will watch this on my own time for sure. I have a big screen. My phone screen is massive. I do buy the biggest phone every year primarily because I watch videos on it. Codecrafters is really good. I've been impressed with the platform. Them and boot.dev. I need to get the discount code for boot.dev set up. I think I have one. I just haven't set up the links for it. Also, nobody's properly commented and complimented me for the soydev.link URL. Come on. Cool. Now you have that one. Yeah, the partner program is insane. No, I only just set it up, so there's only like 2 or 3. Oh, what's this? Did I miss a drama? Oh, with ARC stuff. Yes. He is not. We're doing a call soon to the point where I was reconsidering doing the video today, but I'm doing the video today. I'm going to be honest in the video I do today. If that's enough for him to not want to chat with me after, then so be it. It is what it is. I promised the Flutter stuff at around 2:30, which is in half an hour. So I think I'm going to start the MacBook one first, because this should be relatively easy for me to gun out. It's still so weird going to /Theo. I need this guy. I need this guy. Cool. I've not done a video on the new ARC thing, no. I haven't been around. I've been busy. Not talking to Matt as much lately. The @Theo handle was such a pain. So the person who owned it hit me up, and it was still obnoxious to actually get it all over. This version. This is called micro front ends. They can be done right. It doesn't sound like it's being done right here. There are platforms like one of our sponsors is really good about this. Zephyr Cloud. They built a platform for trying to orchestrate the chaos that is like the 15 plus places. Why is their website so slow right now? What the hell? They do like a DNS change or something? The hell? Yeah, micro front ends are hard. Okay, it loaded. No idea why that took so long. Will it refresh fast now? Yeah. I might have been on like an old DNS server or something. But yeah, now when you Command-Shift-R, it flies. But they're a platform for trying to orchestrate all the different parts of your front end made by different teams on different versions of different things in one place. And it's really good overall. I'm really impressed with the team there. Lol. Fair point, Dev. Let's do the Mac video, and then we'll do the Flutter stuff. Let's do it. Cool. How do I want to open this one? I've been impatiently waiting for the new Mac releases for a while now. There's a handful of things I've been really excited about. And one of them, although admittedly a little niche, is something that I really need. That feature is Wi-Fi 7. I knew it was going to be coming to the new Mac for one simple reason. It came with my new iPhone. Yes. This guy, iPhone 16 Pro, has Wi-Fi 7. I'm consistently able to get as fast as like a 2 gigabit per second connection on my phone. Do you know what doesn't have it though? My M2 MacBook Pro. Despite having one of the most powerful processors and some of the best architecture in the world, this computer has much worse Wi-Fi speeds than my phone does. You might be thinking, why do you care? The fastest internet connection you can reasonably get in America is gigabit. And I agree. For most people, most of the time, having Wi-Fi speeds beyond 1 gigabit makes literally no sense. Hell, beyond 400 megabit probably isn't that important. But this isn't a computer for normal people. They have one for that. It's called the MacBook Air. This is the MacBook Pro. It is for professionals. And one of the things I do as a professional is move files around my network really, really quickly. And that's why I was so excited for the new MacBooks to drop, because there's no way Apple's going to release M4s and release Thunderbolt 5 and all of these awesome changes for professionals and not at least get the MacBook up to date to match the new iPhone, right? Right? And today was a tough day for me. I was so certain that the new MacBook would come with Wi-Fi 7 that even though I'm on an M2 Max that I'm very happy with performance-wise, spec-wise, everything-wise, I upgraded for the faster speeds. Turns out it's using the same Wi-Fi chip from the MacBook I'm on right now, which is a chip that is significantly slower than my iPhone. Yeah. There's a lot of misconceptions here, a lot of things people don't seem to understand about networks, especially Wi-Fi specs and expected speeds, and how these things get implemented at Apple. And I want to dive in because I have feelings. And one of those feelings is being burnt and backstabbed. So I want to talk about why. I actually pre-ordered immediately because I didn't see a world in which Apple didn't get the Wi-Fi speeds up to date in the new MacBook. It was just hard for me to fathom Apple not doing that. So I ended up canceling my pre-order, which was quite annoying because I made the pre-order from the website on my phone where I wasn't signed in, so I had to attach it to my Apple account just to be able to cancel it. Before we go too much further, I want to emphasize that for most people, especially those who don't have a NAS, which is network attached storage, on their local network, this doesn't matter for them. I've probably spent upwards of $6,000 to $7,000 on network equipment in the last 2 years. Between over $1,000 worth of 10 gig Ethernet switches, at least $1,400 of access points, 1,000 plus in routers, then all of the 10 gig adapters and all of the devices that I own, as well as the $350 Thunderbolt dock with a 10 gig port I have my laptop plugged into right now. Across all of those things, I am a lot of money in on 10 gig and on Wi-Fi 7. And my whole place is 10 gig and Wi-Fi 7. I have 10 gig Ethernet lines running from my studio on my top floor to my office on my bottom floor, and I can get 10 gig speeds. I'm going to run iPerf on my MacBook right now against Inside Local, which is my internal Vercel instance. Don't think too much about the name. This is a machine on my network that also has 10 gig. And as you can see, I can push hilarious amounts of bandwidth, even though this is the same Ethernet connection my stream is currently going through. Kind of nuts. Like, actually insanely nuts. And I'm not expecting this on Wi-Fi. I want to be very clear. This is not a speed that I think my network can reasonably do over wireless. But I am going to quickly disable the Thunderbolt connection so that you can see how fast it goes without it. Give me 1 second to do that. Network. Cool. We are now on the Wi-Fi. We'll run the same test. Do you understand my pain? My access point's approximately 30 feet from me. 15 times difference. And I'm not sitting here pretending I'm going to get 10 gig down over Wi-Fi. What I am going to do is quickly run the test on my phone. Same distance, effectively same test. I'm not going to run iPerf on my phone, but I have another identical test here that I can run. Network, let me get to it. Wi-Fi test. On my phone, from the same distance, I'm getting about 1,500 megabits per second down. I'm literally getting 3 times the speeds on my phone that I'm getting from my Mac. And if this was just because my Mac's old and my phone is new, that'd be one thing. But that's not what's going on here. What's going on here is the chip in this is the exact same one that's in Apple's brand new MacBook. What? And I understand that, like, this isn't something... Let me get the screenshot right. Cool. I understand this isn't something everyone cares about or benefits from. What's absurd to me is that my iPhone Pro is more pro when it comes to networking than my MacBook Pro will be if I get the new one. I have no idea what's going on or what Apple is thinking here. And there's also a lot of misconceptions about how the Wi-Fi chips themselves work. So I need to break into that a little bit. I hate to roast people on Twitter, but this is my second channel, so I'll do as I fucking please. Here we are. Sorry to Canadian Malice, but you are the classic bad take about networking here. Do you realize how fast Wi-Fi 6E is? Sounds like you're spec chasing, buying into the biggest number rhetoric. 6E gives you up to 9.6 gigabits per second. You, as I said here, like what I wanted to say, and I was polite, is this person clearly doesn't understand anything about how wireless standards work. But what I said here instead is I don't give a fuck about the theoretical bandwidth caps. I give a fuck that my iPhone gets double the bandwidth as my 6E MacBook on the same couch. I was wrong. It's triple. Let's Excalibur this one out a bit. So if we say that Wi-Fi 6E's max is 9.6 gigabit per second, and Wi-Fi 7's max is, I think it's 46 gigabits per second. Oh, let's call it 40. Cool. So Wi-Fi 6E's 9.6 gigabits per second, and Wi-Fi 7's 40. That's 9.6. That's faster than the Ethernet speeds I was showing. Clearly, that should be fine, right? Well, the way your experience works tends to be very different when you actually implement your wireless network. So on this top part here, this is max speed. So hi, Dan. Thanks for stopping by. We're talking shit on Apple right now. And on the y-axis, we'll say signal strength. Sorry, this is y, that's x. You guys get the idea. Max speed here, signal strength here. Signal strength is usually a function of how far away are you from the router, plus how many things are in between you and the router, with a little bit of how good is the antenna on the device connecting to the router. So if we have, we'll make Wi-Fi 6E blue, and we'll make Wi-Fi 7 yellow. So if we have up here, if up here we have the 40 gigabit per second line, so this is 40 Gbps, and about a fourth of the way up, we have 10 Gbps. You understand where these things start. Obviously, Wi-Fi 7 starts there, and Wi-Fi 6E starts here. The harsh reality of how Wi-Fi actually works is that your speeds look a lot more like this. where if you happen to be directly next to your router, you can hit the theoretical. But realistically speaking, it looks more like this, where any distance between you and your router just decimates the speeds immediately. Whereas with Wi-Fi 7, it's still going to get decimated immediately. But even if we like compare the ratio, hopefully this helps clarify the difference. Because people only look at this number, which literally only applies if you are physically fucking next to your router, as though this is what we're comparing. That's not what we're comparing. That's not the reality of Wi-Fi. The reality is most people live between like here and probably here in terms of their range of their network and in terms of the strength of their signal. And that's why I'm seeing 300 megabit per second on Wi-Fi 6E, and I'm seeing 1.5 gig on Wi-Fi 7. I hope this helps clarify, because people are really, really dumb about this. And I am increasingly annoyed because it's so easy. It's so easy to understand this. And yeah. What the fuck, Apple? So my last important piece here is my conspiracy theory. My conspiracy theory is that the MacBook M4 line was built and ready to ship a while back. We saw these machines leaking about a month ago with people in Russia getting complete, fully functional machines. My guess is that Apple had these entirely ready to go before they even started manufacturing the iPhone, and that's the only reason the iPhone got a faster Wi-Fi chip than the MacBook did. It's the only reason the iPhone supports a newer standard than the MacBook does, because those new MacBooks have been done for months, if not half a year at this point. I have no way to prove this. I don't have any inside connections that have confirmed any of these things. It's just the only reason I could see Apple doing this. I was prepared to upgrade immediately. And I know it seems crazy to do that just for a network speed bump, but I benefit a lot from these changes, and I have people that I can give or sell my current machine to without taking too big of a loss. But I canceled my order because I'm disappointed. I cannot believe Apple released yet another professional tier device that costs thousands upon thousands of dollars that doesn't meet the current high-end standard for professional wireless networking. I'm committed to Wi-Fi 7. I'm committed to 10 gigabyte Ethernet. I'm committed to Wi-Fi 7 and 10 gig Ethernet. Thankfully, so is Apple. I had a tweet here. This machine is such a hilariously great value. The fact that for $700 you can get a computer that does 10 gig Ethernet, has an insanely fast chip, 3 Thunderbolt ports, absurd value for the money, genuinely. Speccing out something similar in the PC world would cost quite a bit more and be quite a bit larger and use significantly more power. So I know Apple gets it. I know Apple knows the importance of these things around networking. Why can't I have it in my MacBook? Please, Apple, please fix this one. I still can't believe you did this. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That'll be a fun one. Yeah, no Wi-Fi 7 on the M4, Gunrun. How fucking unbelievable is that, right? Like, it's on my iPhone. Why is it not on the Mac? Yeah. Thank you for getting it. There are some people who don't understand how networks work that are saying I'm overreacting. Yeah, there are so many terrible takes. Oh, the weird Russia lawsuit Apple thing is indeed quite weird. I'm also still hoping for that 12-inch MacBook gun run someday, hopefully. I don't necessarily think this is the case. The cellular modem is not the Wi-Fi chip. It's a whole separate chip. Yeah, I think this is something I want to rant on a tiny, tiny bit. Then we'll go do the Flutter stuff because we're getting close to that time. My take on why people get mad at me for things I do are they've boxed me in as the like JavaScript soy boy dev. Like that's what they think of me as, is like the YouTuber that kind of does JavaScript. And they think that they're a better programmer than me. And I don't know what I'm talking about with dev stuff, which like they're wrong, fine, whatever. The issue is now they assume I don't know what I'm talking about anything. And they assume they know better than me about things I've done professionally for 8 years that they don't know jack shit about, like networking and general management of complex infrastructure. Or they think they know more than me about how video editing and video processing works, or how OBS works, or all these other things that I happen to be an expert in. Because they think they know more than me in this one thing, that carries over to other things. And since they've boxed me in as I only do this one thing, they refuse to acknowledge that I know what I'm doing in these other places. Yeah, Linus and I are actually quite similar in that. Like LTT is very good at so much shit. And like what a great example of that is like when people don't understand how taxes work and they give LTT shit for just doing things because they can expense it. That's not how this shit fucking works. Yeah, most of my biggest fans hated me initially, which I'm cool with. I like that it's a journey. Thank you, Opti, for catching the value of that soy dev link. Always appreciate it. Thank you, other Gabriel, not my team Gabriel, not on my team, at least yet, Gabriel. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. We got TSW here. Might not talk all much, but appreciate the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by and for the 3 months of support. We appreciate you immensely. We got HR here with the prime, 3 months in. Love that. Doc Dev's here, the tier 2 for 20 months. One of the few, the tier 2s. And then Bot Cooper, 27 months total. Always holding strong on that tier 3. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping by. And dude, that's Aaron. Thanks for the prime. Firefox has an actual vertical tag thing or tabs thing built in now. Zen is high on my list of considerations. I hate Firefox so much. I appreciate that, Elkar. What hard drive do I recommend? I recommend buying renewed cloud, like renewed server drives, if you can deal with the heat and the like power requirements. I bought a bunch of cheap, I forgot the exact spec of it, but I got a bunch of the same. I think it's either a 14 or a 16 terabyte, like Western Digital, like server farm drive. And I set my stuff up so they're redundant. So if one fails, I get notified immediately and can swap it out. And I also have confidence I can find that exact drive when I do want to swap it out if that happens in the future. But I'd rather like a refurb professional drive than like shucking hard drives out of cases, which is what I and many others used to do. Serverpartdeals.com. Interesting. I should probably check this out more. I did my purchases on Amazon. This is about what I paid on Amazon. Let me quickly check my Amazon and see what I got. Okay. I don't want to air out too much of my billing info here, but okay, I got this drive and I paid about, oh, what's the math I just did? About $180 after tax. Fuck, well, not what I'm trying to do, but this drive, the DC H550, I got 8 of these for about $180 each. And it's about the same here after tax. I think this is the same drive, so yeah, fine. I change scenes with a foot pedal. I often joke I'm doing it with my brain, but it's foot pedal. Oh, shit. Did not know that Server Part Deals has a warranty on it. That's actually huge. Oh, yeah, I know Snowball. It's hilarious, but it makes a lot of sense when you know how hard it is to transmit that much data. Oh, awesome, Void. Happy you found a solution. I'm still so mad about the new MacBook stuff. That broke my heart. Flutter community, are y'all here? Do I have people that understand Flutter well enough for me to reasonably and responsibly cover the fork? Awesome. This will be the first time I've meaningfully covered Flutter since I promised I wouldn't talk about it anymore. And I think you guys will be surprised with my angle here. And all these sources I saved up. It's time. Marker. Flutter fork. And ready to go. It's no secret that I'm not the biggest fan of Flutter. I even vowed to stop talking about it a while ago. And technically speaking, I am honoring that promise. I'm not going to be talking much about Flutter itself, because today we're talking about a fork in Flutter and why I actually think this is a really, really good idea that is worth supporting, whether you're in the Flutter ecosystem or you're not. I am really impressed with the work going on here. I think it's super important. And even with technologies I'm not the biggest fan of, acknowledging the efforts from people in the community to push the tech forward is a really important thing to do. And when there are types of issues and when you are experiencing issues as a fan of that technology, not just sitting around and pretending it's okay, is essential. And the success I'm seeing over in this world is very impressive, and I've been super excited to hear. I'm going to retake this whole intro. It's never been a secret that I'm not the biggest fan of Flutter. It's not the biggest secret. It's not particularly secretive that I don't love Flutter. It's just not the solution that I personally reach for. I've actually been so harsh towards it that I made a commitment to never talk about it again. And I'm kind of breaking that today, but also not, because most of our focus is going to be on a fork of Flutter that I actually think is a really good idea. I am super hyped about the effort going on here, and even if Flutter isn't the tech that I personally choose and recommend, whenever I see people in the community trying to push the technology and the teams that build it forward, I get excited, and I want to offer my support where I can. I've been super impressed with Matt Carroll and everyone else involved with this effort, and I want to do my best job trying to cover what's going on here, even though I'm not the Flutter guy. So no, going in, I'm probably not the best person to talk about this, but I do have a bunch of the members of the Flutter community here with me. I've went out of my way to research what's going on here and talk to those leading this effort in my best attempts to cover what we're doing here. Speaking of covering what I'm doing here, I got to pay my team somehow, so let's hear from today's sponsor really quick. Cool. Don't know who's sponsoring this one yet. We'll figure that out later. We're forking Flutter. This is why. Oh boy. I mentioned earlier, I've been super impressed with Matt. I admittedly hadn't heard of him before this. Funny enough, there is actually a Matt Carroll in the React world. He's the DevRel that does a lot of the comms for the React team. So I was surprised that there's now a Matt Carroll in Flutter that is similarly important to pushing the ecosystem. I did a space with him earlier. We'll probably cite some moments from that later. I've just been really impressed with him, both how he thinks about the state of Flutter and how to keep improving the ecosystem, but also how well he communicates. He's one of the best speakers and more thoughtful people I've listened to in a while. So I'm actually really excited to read through this with you guys and do my best to share why this is happening. I'm also going to grab my Twitch chat so y'all can hang out while I do this. We had a field day with the Matt Carroll meme. I can only imagine. Anyways, we're forking Flutter. This is why. Over the years, Flutter has attracted millions of developers who built user interfaces across every platform. Flutter began as a UI toolkit for mobile, iOS and Android only. Then Flutter added support for web. Finally, Flutter expanded to Mac, Windows, and Linux. Across this massive expansion of scope and responsibility, the Flutter team has only marginally increased in size. To help expand Flutter's available labor and accelerate development, we're creating a fork of Flutter called Flock. Flutter's labor shortage. I do have a bit of info here. I've heard that in the Google layoffs, by the way, apparently more are happening right now. Within that chaos, the Flutter team has been hit somewhat hard. There aren't as many people working on Flutter, and they're generally less motivated because the amount of funding going in that direction is not known long term. And there's nothing worse than seeing half your teammates get axed and not knowing if you're just going to get the same treatment in a few months. It destroys morale entirely. And I've seen this happen at plenty of companies, even ones I've worked at like Twitch. Even people who I know that love Twitch and care so deeply about the community, they're looking for an out, even though they survived multiple waves of layoffs, because the morale is just so trashed when you see your coworkers getting axed in that way. So doesn't surprise me that the layoffs have not only put a bit of strain on the existing labor for Flutter, but have also impacted, retake on that. So I'm not personally that surprised that the layoffs have both hit Flutter in terms of the actual eng effort they can do, but more importantly, the motivation of whoever is left to keep pushing this thing really hard. Let's do some back of the napkin math to appreciate the Flutter team's labor shortage. How many Flutter devs exist in the world today? My guess is that it's on the order of 1 million devs. Probably. How many are shipping to production is up for debate, but this number wouldn't surprise me. 1 million is reasonably conservative. Cool. We'll go with it. How large is the Flutter team today? Google doesn't publish this info, but my guess is that the team is about 50 people strong. That's 50 people serving the needs of over 1 million. Doing a little bit of division, that means that every single member of the Flutter team is responsible for the needs of 20,000 Flutter devs. The ratio is clearly unworkable for any semblance of customer support. There is things to consider here as well. Like React has way more than 1 million people using it, and the core React team is smaller than 50 devs. Like the people who work on React for the web, it's not 50 people, and the number is much bigger. But the surface area of what they have to support is much smaller too. And that's where I think the piece above here, where they support all these other platforms, that's key. That is a huge difference. With something like React Native, it was also only iOS and Android originally. Then they kind of added web support through Twitter, actually, believe it or not, building React Native for web, even though they don't use React Native for iOS or Android. They built it for web with the explicit goal of standardizing how we build on the web at Twitter, which was interesting. And that became what we now have as React Native for web. And then Mac and Windows support was by, of all people, Microsoft. So within React Native, there is still a pretty large team of people who are working on React Native at Meta. It's a lot bigger than those 50 people. But when you consider the fact that React Native for web isn't just maintained by them, it wasn't even built by them, it was built by Twitter, and also the fact that Mac and Windows support is built and maintained by Microsoft, you'll see that the number of people that work on React at Meta isn't necessarily a good measure for these things. That said, the Flutter world is very different, and if this person, if Matt, is deep enough in the Flutter world that he feels this ratio is worth calling out, it almost certainly is, especially in the context of that team is in charge of managing all of these different platforms. And a lot of the examples I was hearing are around semi-niche use cases for things like Flutter and web that are very worth digging into, and I'm sure we will get there. A labor shortage can always be fixed through hiring. Kind of. I won't harp on that point too much. Due to the company-wide issues at Google, the Flutter team's headcount was frozen in 2023. And then earlier in 2024, we learned that a small number of layoffs was occurring. It seems that the team may now be expanding again through outsourcing, but we're not likely to see the Flutter team double or quadruple its size anytime soon. To make matters worse, Google's corporate refocus on AI caused the Flutter team to deprioritize whole desktop platforms. As we speak, the Flutter team is in maintenance mode for 3 of its 6 supported platforms. Desktop is quite possibly the greatest untapped value of Flutter, but it's mostly now stagnant. This is also a very interesting point. I'm regularly surprised at how rough multi-platform desktop software is. Electron didn't win because it's incredible. Electron didn't win because it's a great way to build an awesome piece of software. Electron won because it's good enough and it supports everything relatively well. And nothing's gotten close to competing. I actually have Tori as a banned word in my chat because it's not there. And building yet another web layer is not the solution to the problem. Qt is still the closest to like a native solution that we have for true multiplat. React Native is getting there, but they have no focus on Linux whatsoever. Flutter had a real opportunity here. And an interesting thing I heard about when I was chatting with these guys earlier is that there's a lot of effort going into Flutter for desktop from, of all people, Canonical, the people who make Ubuntu. And they're currently working on multi-window support for Flutter, so a Flutter app can have multiple windows open. And in doing such, they're actually focusing initially on Windows because it's the platform that seems both the easiest to implement it in, from my understanding, and the one that has the largest potential impact. But their long-term goal is to get this working in Linux so that it can be easier for them and other devs to build apps that work well on Linux and Windows and Mac all at once. I will also say that the desktop side being owned by Google feels a little bit misaligned because Google's reason for building Chrome was to get out of building desktop software entirely. Google maintained a lot of it. Back when I was in my teens, I had Google Earth installed. I had Google Photos installed. I had Google Play Music Manager installed. I had all these different desktop softwares to manage my Google stuff. And they hated doing that. And they kept expanding and extending Chrome to make it so it was capable of more and more, and pushing the web as far as they could so they wouldn't have to maintain this desktop software. Google wants to be a web company. They're as invested as you can be in making the web great. That's why Chrome exists and why they give it out for free, and honestly don't use it that terribly. I know I get a lot of crap for saying that Google's investment in Chrome is somewhat noble because their goal is to make the web better, not to make Google better. Their bet is that by making the web better, Google is better positioned to make great software. As such, they don't care about desktop software. So them being the ones who own and make decisions around Flutter for desktop feels very misaligned to me. The cost of limited labor. Limited labor comes at a great cost for a toolkit that has rapidly expanded its user base along with its overall scope. With so few devs to work on tickets, many tickets linger in the backlog. There's actually a point where Flutter had the most open issues of any repo on GitHub, believe it or not. Oh shit, Matt's here. Thank you for stopping by. If you catch anything I'm saying that's not a reasonable take or aligned, let me know. Oh, I don't know why it has you flagged as a potential ban evader. Let me tell them you're not. Probably more of a team decision than a corporate decision. The structure of the engine makes it difficult to separate platform support across different projects. That is really good context, actually, to go back to this desktop alignment bit. React Native's architecture makes it, I don't want to say trivial, but relatively easy to handle the many different cases that exist for desktop. Like React's architecture is very separated from the render layer, so it's relatively easy to bind React Native or React itself to different things. That's why we have stuff like React 3 Fiber, which is a way to render React components that turn into Canvas 3D elements. That's why React Native Skia exists, which uses the original Flutter rendering engine, Skia, in order to have really fluid and fancy animations and graphics in your React Native code. React's architecture makes that easy, and I hadn't even thought to comment on that fact, that the way that the Flutter engine behaves makes it more difficult to separate the platforms in terms of building and maintaining them. Very fair point. Thank you for calling that one out. Oh, Fuchsia, this project, Google's new OS will never ship. That long ago died as an effort. I'm surprised that it still comes up, but yeah, Flutter would have definitely been a key choice for that strat, but they've backed away in favor of the web, as they almost always do. I'm sure it's still getting commits. A lot of dead Google things still get commits. Oh, it's running on home devices. That's good to know. I was wondering what they were doing with it. That makes sense. I just don't see them shipping it to computers or Android-type phones anytime soon. Didn't know it was on Nest and the Google Home stuff. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for the clarification there, too. Back to the cost of limited labor. Limited labor comes at a great cost for a toolkit that has rapidly expanded its user base, along with its overall scope. With so few devs to work on tickets, many tickets linger in the backlog. They can easily linger for years if they're ever addressed at all. By the time a member of the Flutter team begins to investigate a ticket, the ticket might be years old. At that point, the Flutter team developer typically asks for further information from the person who filed the ticket. In my experience, when this happens to me, I've long since stopped working with the client who had the initial issue. I've written hundreds of thousands of lines of code since then. I often don't even remember filing the issue, let alone the obscure details related to the original issue. The team can't fix the bug without information from me, and it's been too long for me to provide the information to the team. So the bug gets buried for a future developer to rediscover. Whew. This is so painful and so real. Ugh. Yeah. I've heard this from a lot of open source maintainers, that one of the best things you can do if you want to contribute to open source, it isn't writing pull requests, it's helping keep the issues up to date. So if you see an issue that is possibly fixed, possibly not, that's still sitting there open, the best thing in the world you can do for a maintainer is validate that the issue still exists and leave a comment saying, hey, I just tested this, it's still a thing in this version. Or if you can, a sandbox that replicates it so they can see it directly there. Magical. We already have a bunch of open source people saying, yes, please do this, including Lewis, the creator of the language Gleam. Yeah, open source people really, really want help knowing which issues are still relevant, especially when you have tens of thousands of them. So if you run into an issue, you find it on GitHub, it's 2 years old, and hasn't gotten a meaningful update, if you leave a little comment saying, hey, I'm on the latest version, and this is still a thing that I'm dealing with, that is a really, really helpful thing to do. Highly recommend. It's a funny joke, but I don't know who's going to be watching this video. There might be more noobs than usual. Totally fine. Do not leave a comment. Is this still being maintained? No, please do not do that. Timing isn't just an issue for eventually root causing and fixing bugs. It's also a major product problem. Imagine that you're the engineering director or the CTO of a company whose next release is blocking by... It's also a major production problem. Imagine that you're the engineer director or CTO of a company whose next release is blocked by some Flutter bug. What do you do if the team won't work on that bug for 2 years? Well, if it's a serious bug for your company, then you stop using Flutter. You don't have a choice. You need to keep moving forward. Your team doesn't know how to work on the Flutter framework, and the Flutter framework team is either unresponsive or at least completely non-committal towards a fix. Oh well, can't use Flutter anymore. Flutter won't survive if these kind of experiences become common. I really like this call out. One of the things that Matt did really well in that Twitter space earlier was describe the reality of a Flutter dev running into problems. Your options are work around the problem, which often isn't viable, fix the problem, which won't get merged, and now you built your own fork, or give up and move off of Flutter entirely. And that's a really crappy place to be in as a Flutter fan. And that's a really crappy place to be in as a Flutter user, fan, community member, even contributor. And this is the reason I wanted to cover this all, because it's so important both to recognize when these rock and hard place moments happen, but also to support those fighting to change it. Yeah, Luke Spaghetti talks about these things all the time. If you guys don't know already, Luke's a good friend of mine. He's the one who has been historically my rep from the Flutter community. Him and I did a showdown a while back where I built an app in Flutter, he built it in React Native to see what the experiences were like and to do a contest comparing the two. Love Luke. He's one of those people that pushes really hard in the Flutter community to take advantage of the cool things happening elsewhere and improve the ecosystem as a whole. It's awesome seeing more people like that, like Matt here and his crew, that care enough to push. The Flutter community can help with labor. Flutter has 2 very valuable qualities. First, it's open source, so any developer can see how any part of Flutter is implemented, and they can even change it. Second, the Flutter framework is written in the same language as Flutter apps. Because of these 2 qualities, experienced Flutter app devs, as well as package developers, can contribute to the Flutter framework. How many Flutter devs exist in the world today who are capable of contributing at a productive level to the Flutter framework? Conservatively, I'd guess that there are at least 1,000 of them. In other words, there are at least 1,000 Flutter devs in the world who could conceivably be hired to the Flutter team if the team wanted to hire that many developers. Remember that ratio of 1 Flutter team member per 20,000 devs? If every capable Flutter framework contributor in the world regularly contributed to Flutter, the ratio of 1 to 20,000 would drop to 1 in 1,000. Still a big ratio, but way better than what it is now. Moreover, as more external contributors get comfortable submitting fixes and features to Flutter, they'll tend to help train each other to do the same. Thus, the support ratio will continue to move in a better direction. I still don't love the ratio, but what I do like is comparing the difference here. If more people were contributing, the gap here is massive, and that is absolutely worth calling out. If more people were comfortable answering issues, giving useful context, filing PRs to fix it, approving those PRs, and making these decisions, something really good could happen here. But it's not just an issue of how many people there are on the team. It's also the architecture of the team and how prepared they are to accept things from externals. It'd be possible for a 5-person Flutter team to do this much better if that 5-person team was much more collaborative and worked harder to get external contributions in and merged well. And it'd be possible that a 5,000-person team would be worse because they were focused on things the community wasn't aligned with. I think alignment of the team, its structure and culture with the external community and their needs is more important than the ratio here. But the reason is because once that is better aligned, you get an effective, better ratio and you have more people who can meaningfully contribute changes. Why not work directly with the Flutter team? This is a part that I'm excited to read more about. I don't have the full context here beyond what I've heard from that space and chatting with others, but I trust them a lot more than my own judgment here. If increased external contributors is the path to a better Flutter world, then why would we fork Flutter when everyone could just work directly with the Flutter team? It's a tempting proposition to set up a concerted effort to contribute directly to Flutter. After all, the Flutter team regularly touts the number of external contributors that it rolls into each release. According to the Flutter public relations effort, they'd love all those external contributions. But sadly, trying to work with the Flutter team delivers a different reality. While some devs have had success working with the Flutter team, many other devs have found it frustrating, if not unworkable. There are, no doubt, a number of factors that contribute to this result. Different devs will experience different issues, but here are some of them. Limited review labor. This is a big one. Again, with like the culture and structure of the team, when you're building a big open source thing like this and your goal is community maintenance, you should be spending arguably even a majority of your time doing code reviews. A thing I used to do, and I would push on the teams that I worked on with or hired, was the idea that your day should start and end with code review. So the first time you open your laptop, once you start actually working, start in GitHub, go through all of the things you need to review them. Then go do your normal work throughout the day, and before you sign off, try to stop a little early so you can open up GitHub again and just read and review more PRs. It sucks. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that reviewing code is as fun and rewarding as writing it, but we're not paid to have fun. We're paid to make software that works. Reading code reviews, offering feedback, and getting things merged is some of the most value you can bring. And if you want to level up at your job or be more involved in a community, one of the best things you can do is do more and more insightful code reviews. It is huge. Super, super helpful. As Lewis from Gleam said, they spend the majority of their day doing PR reviews and issue triaging. It's kind of nuts. Somebody said that I'm acting like there's a ton of PRs open on anything closed source. Yeah, there are. There were points where there were like 500 plus PRs open on the Twitch code base for the website. That happens a lot. Like a lot. I had review queues where I owed reviews to like 30 PRs at a time before. That absolutely happens. Like all the time. There are probably closed source repos that have more PRs open than the biggest open source repos. The biggest code base in the world is not an open source code base. It's a closed one, almost certainly. Enough about that. More of the issues with the experience trying to get changes merged into Flutter. Everything takes forever, and it always seems to be about non-critical details. This kills me. When nits or higher level conversations you're not part of block things. Like an example I ran into was, we're not sure we're ready to adopt this pattern yet. So you can't upgrade that library that relies on the old pattern, even though you updated our code to use the new pattern. Ugh. I hate those things so much. And knowing that you did everything right to solve not just your problem, but any additional problems it might have caused. And the response is, we're not sure we want that yet. Or we want the syntax to be slightly different. And then you have to wait another 3 weeks to 4 months to get another review. And you have to wait even longer for that to come out in a release. Horrifying. Another good call out here is the communication monoculture. Most of the team seems to expect a certain way of communicating, which doesn't match the variety of personalities in the world. Thus, some people have an exceptionally difficult time navigating otherwise quick and simple conversations. I have heard that like the Google way of doing things and talking especially is weird and hard to parse externally. I will say from my experience, again, primarily in the JavaScript and especially the React space, we're generally more open to different types of things, possibly to a fault, where my heated, leaning asshole way of doing things is for the most part accepted. It's frowned upon, but when I call something out and say it's really fucking important, the right people will ignore the fact that I said fucking and focus on the important part, which is nice. And that's not the case everywhere. I would like to add one bullet point here. And again, Flutter folks, correct me if this is an unfair thing to add. I don't know what the release cadence looks like for Flutter. My gut feel is that after something gets merged, you don't have any guarantee of when you'll actually be able to ship that in your Flutter app because the release cycle is not a determined thing. Oh, every 3 months a new release happens. Very good to know. Yeah. Imagine you get early. Imagine that one of those releases just happened. You finally get your change merged. And now you have to wait 3 months before you can actually use the thing that merged. Terrifying. Terrifying. I don't know how common it is to use whatever's on the master or main branch instead. But apparently, package fixes can't land until the release after the engine change lands. So it's often 6 months for some fixes. That's insane. That sucks. So even if you do everything right and you get it contributed to Flutter, it could take 6+ months to get merged. Yeah. And the funny thing with the React 19 thing is the Canary is ready to go. They discovered with React 19 that there is one edge case that they changed how suspense works in that results in certain types of applications using suspense in a certain way having much worse performance. And rather than release it broken like that, they're leaving the Canary for everybody who needs it. It's an RC. You can go ship that. And a lot of people are shipping it in prod. I know I am. I know Vercel is. I know a lot of other businesses are. But if you need to have those suspense behaviors in things like a pile of suspense queries or inside of React 3 Fiber, you can use React 18 until they finally fix this with 19. But they're not letting the whole ecosystem be held back. And they were actually going to ship it real quick. But then this happened, and now they're waiting. Anyways. Also a good call out from Eli here that Next has a Canary release almost every day. So if you do get something merged into the Next code base, you have a Canary really soon. And you probably have a major release, or not a major release where it's like a new major version, but a dot update or a minor or a patch that includes your fixes. Happens a lot. My changes have mostly been docs changes, to be fair, but these happen a decent bit. So that reminds me, I haven't checked to see if my change shipped yet. I'm just curious. It's author t3.gg. Woo! I am officially a contributor to Next.js. How cool. Awesome. Did you actually, like, oh, I just got 8 rockets. Cool, I'll take it. How are they out of that? Nice. Anyways. Okay, Flutter does have a master release you can always get, which is the latest version. But the framework is really large, and that can be hard because you also have to pull down breaking API changes that might not work with your packages. Whew. Yeah. And yeah, I know a typo fix isn't a real contribution. I'm mostly memeing. It was a brutal one when I was working on things. Anyways. Back to the article. This is really good. Whatever your experience is with contributions to Flutter, one has to critically assess why a team that loves external contributions has only managed to merge contributions from 1,500 developers over the span of nearly a decade. My humble suggestion is that it's because the inviting message of the PR team doesn't match the experience of actually pushing a change through the team's policies, developer availability, and technical culture. The only people who can change this reality are the people within the Flutter org. However, most of these people don't actually think any of this is a problem. I know because a number of them have expressed this to me directly. This breaks my heart. This is why I cover these things. When there are people like Matt and like Luke and like all the wonderful Flutter folks I was talking to earlier today, and I see them trying to make this framework great, trying to solve these problems, and trying to make something awesome, both for other devs using Flutter and for the users using the apps they build. To be told by the team making Flutter that their concerns aren't real and these aren't problems that matter, it's the most heartbreaking thing in the world. And I don't want to go down the technical decisions I don't like about Flutter at all. I want to harp on this point. If the people who are aligned with you technically and who are aligned with your goals are coming to you and saying that you are not serving their needs well, you have to take the moment to reflect. This is something I had a really harsh run-in with earlier this year. I was taking sponsor deals that I felt were a better and fairer way to run my channel. I would only take sponsorships from companies that I personally was shipping in production. Because of that, no one could pay me to say something I didn't actually believe. It was all things that I actually liked and felt good recommending. I got shit from people who really liked me and my goals and were aligned even with the brands that I was covering, saying that it felt like they couldn't trust what I was saying because the lines were blurry between what was paid for and what I actually believed. And as hard as that was for me to accept, I sat down, I thought about it, I talked with people, I reflected on the situation, and I made changes I didn't want to make because the people who were aligned with me told me it didn't work and it didn't feel good. And even if they didn't understand how to fix the problem, they could clearly communicate that there was one. And it isn't my place to say, no, there isn't a problem. It's my place to be a little bummed about it, vent about it, and then find a way to fucking fix it. And when there are people like this that are so clearly and concisely expressing the problem, it sucks that they're not being heard. And I will be very loud about this on their behalf, because for Flutter to be great, these folks need to be listened to. And I do want Flutter to be great because there will be apps written in it. There will be things I have to use that are built in Flutter. And the better the framework can be, the better software can be. And I will gladly throw my channel at this problem to do everything I can to support these guys. And to really quickly answer, did the changes actually shut people up? Surprisingly so, yes. I am amazed at how much less grifter shill type comments I get now, because there is an explicit 1 minute of this part was paid for that is a separate message. And the way I phrase this somewhat sarcastically is you can pay me to be dishonest in 1 minute chunks now. That said, I actually quite like most of the sponsors that we're working with, and I've used almost all of their products now and had a few that really stuck with me that I quite enjoy. So it's still a good way to figure out about new stuff. And all those sponsors are people who watch the channel and get it and are part of this community. So it's not like I'm taking sponsorships from some sketchy pyramid scheme. I'm taking sponsorships from things that are aligned with my audience. Anyways, back to the state of the team and the cultural gap here. There's a number of significant blind spots. There's a number of significant blind spots for the Flutter team, which largely resolve around the fact. I am reading this wrong. There's a number of significant blind spots for the Flutter team, which largely revolve around the fact the members of the team have never been responsible for routinely delivering app features and fixes that are built upon Flutter. Whew. Whew. Now we're cooking with gas. This is a really, really big deal. This is one of the things I think, and I hate to just keep pointing at React, but I think they've done really well with this recently. For a long time, React wasn't used too heavily at Meta. It was used for some ad stuff. It was used for a little bit of Instagram web stuff, but it wasn't used across the whole Facebook code base. I swear, when they hit the on button for the new React Facebook experience, the speed at which things started to change and progress started to happen in the React world was hard to fathom. They dog food React so hard at Meta now. The entire VR platform now, all of the mixed reality and virtual reality Quest stuff, so much of that is built with React Native. And the result is that React Native has leveled up significantly as well. They were able to test all of these crazy new things that they have been shipping recently by running them on massive internal code bases. The entire Oculus store, the entire Instagram app for Rift and Oculus and sorry, it's not Oculus anymore. The entire Quest store, the entire Instagram and Facebook experiences for Quest. Half their menu systems in Quest, all built in React Native. They also just built a desktop app for building 3D experiences, which is also in React Native. They are testing and pushing the limits of all of these things. And there's a lot of line blurring between the team building the apps and the team building the frameworks. And I think that's aligned them really well, where generally speaking, devs building applications with React, they might feel like things are changing too fast, but it's rare they say that the React team is fundamentally not understanding the needs of React developers. There was a moment where it felt like that was happening, but the more Meta and the more the React team invested in building apps with the framework, the faster that feeling eroded. And I honestly now feel like the React team understands as well, if not better, what building apps with React looks like than I do externally, which is huge. It makes those conversations really, really good. And it breaks my heart to see the opposite playing out in the Flutter world, where the Flutter team doesn't build Flutter apps because Google doesn't invest much in building applications with Flutter. That's sad, and it hurts me to hear this. In other words, I believe there are blind spots because the Flutter team members don't actually use Flutter. Thank you for putting it so bluntly, so I don't have to. Yeah. It sucks. It really does. And because of that, the urgency around many issues isn't appreciated, nor is it urgent because of that, the urgency around many issues isn't appreciated, nor is the urgency and time cost associated with submitting fixes directly to Flutter as an external contributor. God. Good call out here. It cut my stammering over that last sentence phase. Good call out here about the urgency around issues not being appreciated, as well as the expense and time you're spending trying to contribute to this externally. You can't know that as a person who works on it every day and is just part of Google. This is a really good call out, and I sincerely hope everyone on the Flutter team, especially leads on the Flutter team, reads this particular paragraph. This is so important, so well put, and I'm thankful this was written in such a friendly but stern way. Thank you again, Matt, for this. Super declarative in chat here. Yeah. And consider first align the framework's internal. Yeah. Lottie got hit with malicious code. Oh boy. That'll be fun. I'll save that for afterwards. Thank you. Good find there. If the Flutter team doesn't recognize the contribution problem, and therefore they won't take steps to address it, what else can be done? That's where we find ourselves in this post and in this effort. We've decided that the one thing we can do to help the labor issue is to fork Flutter. I love how this was orchestrated. The describing of the situation, the clearly laying out what options exist and why they aren't working, leading us to what is now a natural conclusion, which is if we want Flutter to win, we have to fork. This isn't we're forking Flutter because we have our own opinions. This isn't we're forking Flutter because there's this one feature we really want. It's we feel like the Flutter team's incentives aren't aligned with us, the community, right now. There is no leverage for us to push this the right way. A fork offers real leverage. Introducing Flock. Our fork of Flutter is called Flock. We describe Flock as Flutter Plus. I also love the idea that Flock, because flocks are like groups of birds, this is the community, the wider effort. It's actually a really clever name now that I'm thinking about it. In other words, we do not want or intend to fork the Flutter community. This is a huge call out as well. Their goal is to be as up-to-date as possible and as well aligned with Flutter as possible. And ideally, the things that merge into Flock will get merged downstream into Flutter eventually. And by having this place where the community can confidently merge the changes, hopefully, instead of community having bad relationships with Flutter, community can have good relationships with Flock, and eventually Flock and Flutter can build a better relationship. And maybe even long-term, the need for Flock will go away. This almost reminds me of the IO.js moment in the Node world, where there was a Node fork that tried to fix a lot of the problems in Node, and eventually they all got hired in, and Node got fixed. This feels very Node to IO.js here, which is a good thing. That pushed Node really, really far, and it's awesome to see it here. Oh shit, RWX Rob with the raid. Thank you so much. We're in the middle of ranting about Flutter and the fork of it, Flock. Got to get through this. Happy to chat after. As I said before, Flock will remain constantly up to date with Flutter, and that they'll do important bug fixes as well as popular community features, which the Flutter team either can't or won't implement. By forking Flutter, we get to decide what gets merged. We won't lower the quality bar, but by controlling merge decisions, we do gain the following opportunities. We can recruit a much larger PR review team than the Flutter team, which means you get faster review times. We can recruit PR reviewers who are ready to facilitate contributions instead of merely tolerating them. This means support for a wider contributor audience. They can also optimize policies. They don't have to blindly demand design docs and conference calls when they won't substantially add to the effectiveness of the task at hand. The fact that all of these types of things are necessary is a little absurd. You're not getting a free plug in my video. You're getting timed out. Phase, if that's visible, just blur it. No free promo. Anyways. The fact that there are these types of blockers like design docs and conference calls that you have to possibly do just to get a small thing merged is kind of absurd. I've never heard of somebody on the React team requesting a design doc or call to convince them of a fix. That just feels absurd to me. And my heart breaks that people are trying to fix these things and all of these things that make sense internally at Google. Like if you were an employee on the Flutter team and somebody who manages the team requested that you do these things, it might make some sense, but that's not how you run open source. That's just not how open source works at all. You make a change, either it's good and it gets merged, or it's bad and Linus calls you an incompetent dev in the email chain. That's how open source works. I would also love to see, like, it's an impossible to get number, but like how many meetings per PR? I bet the ratio there for Flutter is really bad. More points that are important here. They want to make sure that they use the success of contributions to socially promote more contributions. I will do my part here. If I see cool contributions happening in the Flutter world, I will absolutely be smashing that retweet button, even though, again, I'm not a Flutter guy. I just think it's important that devs who care have leverage against the owners who don't. Speaking of which, we're all Flutter users. We should leverage the team and company relationships to identify market priorities. Yes. One way of thinking about all of this work is the leverage that exists around Flutter and decisions in Flutter is currently by a team that doesn't build apps in Flutter and is living the big corporate life in constant fear of getting laid off. But the devs who are using Flutter need this stuff to change and get fixed, but they don't have any leverage against the owners. And what Flock is trying to do is finally give that leverage to the people actually building with Flutter. Awesome. And they're not the only fork, by the way. There have been a few others, which we'll cover in a little bit. But they're the first one to really, as far as I know, go all in on this community focus. We want to be the place where people can actually get changes shipped to Flutter. As Flock ships important bug fixes and features, the Flutter team can then choose to add those to Flutter on their schedule. The community will no longer be limited by the Flutter team's availability, nor will the community need to beg the Flutter team to please accept a change. The Flutter team can use Flock solutions or not, but all Flock users will have access to them, which will eliminate your company and your team's urgency and desperation. This fork's the coolest and most promising fork I've seen. Unironically, yes. This is what I wanted to see out of like the WordPress stuff. This is a really important section. Reminder, we're going to be covering more of the stuff going on in the space right after, but I want to finish this and I want to get the call to actions out because these are really important. If I make this video and Flutter devs watch it and don't hear or do this part, this was not a good video and I failed. So how can you help if you're aligned with this effort? The first thing they put, and I think it makes a lot of sense, is first, alpha test the fork. Try running the newest version of Flock in your existing Flutter apps. See what works, see what doesn't, report the issues, work with the team, and make sure you can use Flock. And then when new releases come out, if you have the time, run them against your apps and make sure they work as expected. This is a community effort. And if historically you have not been rewarded for doing this with traditional Flutter, reset your mental expectation. Because I know a lot of Flutter devs probably use a new version of Flutter, it doesn't work, and they hesitate to even open the issue at this point because nothing ever happens. Reset your expectations. Do it. Cut the issue now. You might be surprised how quickly they address it now. As they say here, the first step is to mirror Flutter. That means they have to automatically mirror the master, beta, and stable branches along with replicating the release tags. They also hope that once the framework is mirrored, that they'll be able to automatically build and upload the engine and make those binaries available for Flock users. As we work through the mirroring process, it would be a big help if you want to try building your app with Flock. You shouldn't see any difference between Flock and Flutter, and you can configure Flock with a tiny Flutter version manager configuration. Really good stuff. You can also become a reviewer. I love this call out. This is plug to a sponsor. They may or may not be the sponsor of this video, but I found them genuinely really helpful. CodeRabbit. It is an app you set up that just leaves code reviews on your PRs, and it's free for open source. They're not perfect. They will not catch all the bugs and the nuance of how your code base works. They don't have the context of all the things you know about how it works. But you could think of it almost like a junior engineer leaving an early review on something where they'll catch stuff like typos, syntax mistakes, and it also makes these nice little diagrams showing how the change works. It tries to summarize. It gives you one-click applies for things that are mistakes that an AI could easily catch. It's just an example of something that makes your life as a reviewer easier. Hopefully, we've all had the experience where we were working on a pull request, we were reviewing some code that was complex, but someone else already reviewed it. And now it's easier to go through and focus on the hard parts and ignore all the nitpicky stuff that you would normally look towards for like your first review pass. Stuff like CodeRabbit helps a ton with that first pass. Graphite also has something similar if you're in the graphite world, which is really good. I've heard their reviewers incredible. Haven't had a chance to play with it yet. But I've been surprised with these types of tools. Alongside that, reviewing, even if you're not a lead or that familiar, it's not a bad idea. And this, folks who are helping with Flock, please tell me if I'm overstepping here. Like, please. It is reasonable to ask questions about things you don't understand in pull requests if the team culture is okay with that. I often say this, especially when I'm running teams in enterprises and companies. It's okay to ask a question like, what does this do? Or can you give me some information on why this works this way? Those can be really helpful, both because the thing might be wrong and the reason you're confused might be it's not working as intended, or even better, it is working as intended, but it's hard to understand why. And when you're deep in a code base where you understand how everything works, you lose the context of somebody who doesn't have it. And when you have that incredible value of a person who doesn't know how it works, giving you feedback on why it's hard to understand, that is useful because your brain can't work that way. You can't pull yourself out of the knowing how it works mindset well enough to give a review or try to understand it from the perspective of someone who doesn't know it well. It is awesome to give that feedback as somebody new to a code base because now they're getting a perspective they wouldn't have. Yes, the curse of knowledge. Thank you, chat, I always forget that term. I just went through this with the Laravel community where I ran into some problems with how hard it was for me to set up Laravel because it didn't meet my expectations as a modern full stack JS dev. And rather than say, oh, I'm stupid and wrong, plenty of people did, the team at Laravel took it seriously and made meaningful changes and improvements to the onboarding experience because they know, despite their curse of knowledge, I'm a good enough dev that I shouldn't have problems setting up, and they fixed them. So if you're confused with things you're seeing in the Flutter code base as you're reviewing things, especially if it's like a PR that you feel like you should be able to understand, but there's parts that you don't, ask questions. It can be really helpful because the team can clarify why the thing's confusing, not just for you in that instance in that PR, but maybe they need to leave a comment on top of the thing saying why it works this way or document it better somewhere else. Leave those questions. Don't like spam like 50 questions per PR or anything, but if you're trying to do an honest review and an honest understanding of something, ask the question. Yeah. Are you okay with that call out, Matt? If not, we can just cut that whole thing from the video. I don't want to burden you with a bunch of questions for people who might not be as familiar. Totally cool with cutting that part. This is a thing I personally try to do and believe in, but if you don't, that gets axed immediately. All seems good. Awesome. If I overstep in any way, shape, or form, call me out immediately on it. I'll adjust the final video. If the video that comes out of this is not something you feel like is benefiting you in the Flock world, I failed. Awesome. But we want reviewers to go even further than that. We don't just want to tolerate contributions, we want to facilitate them. Wow, if I just read the next paragraph, I would have known that they'd be okay with the questions thing. Because one of the best ways to facilitate people contributing is to make the whole repo a welcoming place. If you'll ask questions in a PR, they're much more likely to file one of their own in the future. And if you can give them a good environment to ask those questions and learn these things, they are so much more likely to actually leave a contribution long term. As Matt calls out here, many of us have had the experience of getting a PR 90% to the finish line only to have a Flutter team reviewer declare that it can't merge until we do something that we don't know how to do. It's an awful experience and we aim to avoid it with Flock. Oh, there are so many of these like heartbreaking one-liners in this that I'm I'm at the point where if this goes well, I might become a Flutter fanboy, because if this is the stuff that's keeping Flutter from going from good to great, this might be the moment where Flock and Flutter especially goes from like usable to good. This is really cool. I like on one hand, it's heartbreaking to see how much of these things block. But my favorite thing is when a blocker like that goes away, to see the success and growth that comes. Like when the browser got good enough that we could build real apps in it, the web got so much better and the experience that we had in it got so much better. If Flutter loses these blockers, it can improve alarmingly quick as well. We want Flock reviewers who are willing to step in and help a contributor achieve the final 10% of that PR. That doesn't mean contributors get to be lazy, but if a contributor has done everything that he needs, but if a contributor has done everything that he or she knows how to do, and the PR is close to complete, then we want the reviewer to step in and provide direction for the final 10%. This is how we educate contributors and ensure that the next PR is 100% complete. You can even reach out if you want to be a reviewer. Super. Drop their Twitter here. By the way, give Super Declarative a follow. I've never seen somebody handle something like this well. This is like, I'm going to reference this in the future if I see other communities that need that level of innovation. This is a model on how to push back on a project that's maintainers aren't handling it properly. This is an incredible reference point for other open source communities to have in the future if they run into these issues. More of their call to actions. This one is really big and important. Become a lead. Maintaining and extending a long-lived fork of Flutter requires some number of experts who direct specific areas of the project. For example, I'm initially stepping up as the director of Flock, as well as the framework lead. Jesse has stepped up as the engine lead. We'd like to bring in a Flutter tool lead who directs extensions to the Flutter CLI tool. We'd also like to break up the engine responsibilities with a lead per platform: Android, iOS, Mac, Windows, and Linux. To be clear, you should know how Flutter internally works pretty well if you want to reach out to possibly be a lead. But this is the biggest thing that is, from what I see externally, feels like it's missing, is without proper leads and assignments, there's a lack of ownership that results in these things sitting around and not getting merged. It's really good to have this as like one of the first focused missions of the Flock project. How can we get owners for these parts so that one person, one place isn't blocking you somewhere else? Huge, and I really hope they can find those people. Let's shift Flutter into overdrive and help make it the universal UI toolkit it should have been. Flutter has the potential to outshine every alternative in the market, but it needs the community to flock together to help it get there. Let's do this. I'm in. I'm aligned. I want to see this happen. I'm going to quickly look at the other things I have to see if any of them are particularly good. Let's see this thread. Go plug in. I will say this type of pushback disappoints me a lot. I feel like this is the type of mindset that results in tools failing to grow. I saw this a lot in Angular, where there were people in the Angular community, I'll call it one in particular, Brandon Roberts, who really liked the cool things happening in other places and tried to bring the best parts to Angular. And the amount of pushback they get hurts. It's really sad to see. And if this was just a fork happening because technically speaking they had disagreements, cool. But it isn't that. What's going on here is a community misalignment, and the fork is being used as a lever to push. And yeah, this tweet makes it feel like they didn't read it. Yeah, it's sad. This one's playing into me. I get it. But I didn't want to do that, especially now that I know what's going on. Let me find, there's something in here that I cared about. Yeah, desktop's quite possibly the greatest untapped value of Flutter, I've been saying. Of course, Lucia and I agree. I want to find God, what was the I replied to the Twitter Space post asking for the list of forks. Shorebird's the big one. Cool. So I wanted to quickly cover these other forks. Now that I fully understand the context, I don't think they're as relevant, but they're all interesting to call out because they all have reasons for existing. The big one is Shorebird. If I recall, the original creator of Flutter quit Google and made Shorebird. Am I correct? Yep. Awesome. The guy who made Flutter quit and made Shorebird because one of the big issues that I and others had with Flutter is you had no ability to change what the app did without updating it in the App Store. And code push is essential for most businesses, especially big ones, because you can't wait weeks for the App Store to approve your changes and then wait months, if not years, for all your users to download the latest binary. If you're able to change things that aren't a big deal, that aren't new feature adds, without the App Store blocking you, you often end up with horrible versions where people are using versions of your app from months ago, and you're getting bug reports from things that you fixed a year ago because somebody's using an old version of your app. Code push is the actual only way to meaningfully prevent that, and Flutter couldn't do it. React Native very easily could. Flutter can't. Shorebird is a fork with the goal of making it so they can. It's also a company and a product, and if you're using Flutter, I'd be surprised if you haven't at least investigated this because code push is so helpful. And it says a lot that one of the original creators forked in order to get these features added. Apparently, you can't self-host using Shorebird, though. So even though it is open source and it's a fork, you can't self-host the bundles that are the things you're code pushing. What's the thing you're saying I should look at? They only offer centrally hosted hosting. Yeah. Flet.dev. Build multi-platform apps in Python powered by Flutter. Is this a fork of Flutter or just a framework built around it? Oh, built by Flutter experts. Ah, yeah. Eric, founder of Flutter. So I thought this isn't even included in the video, me scrolling around the page. Just wanted to call out why these other forks exist. What was the reason for this one again? For the OS Aurora. So there's an operating system named Aurora that also has a fork that they're maintaining in Russian, which is interesting. There's a fork that's Flutter for Apple TV. Not sure how well maintained it is, but they did that because new platform support is really hard to get merged in main. And as I mentioned before, Flutter's architecture and the way the engine works kind of commands that the platforms are part of Flutter itself. Unlike with React Native, where people are like third-party building their own React Native bindings for Vision Pro or for random other devices like PlayStation and Xbox, both use React Native heavily, and they're running it on their own bindings because the separation at an architectural level allows them to do that without it being part of Flutter. Where with even supporting Apple TV, a fork almost feels necessary to get that working how they expect. I think those were the key ones. I just wanted really to call out the Shorebird thing because there is a precedent of forks happening, and I can see why people in the Flutter community would be hesitant about a new fork simply because their experience is these forks are attempts to add one specific feature that don't get maintained and end up dying. But the goal here isn't that. The goal here isn't to just add a few features the Flutter team is blocking. I even asked, like, what are the issues that push you over the edge here? And they did a great job of telling me, like, there is no one issue. We can give examples, but the issue here is the relationship and the lack of good incentives. And I totally see that here. This was awesome. Do any of the Flutter folks feel like there's something important that I didn't call out or miss, or am I ready to start wrapping this one up? I did good. Awesome. Thank you guys. My last word on this, my personal happy path that I see here is that Flock succeeds. And I don't mean that Flock becomes the thing everyone builds their app in and Flutter just gets deprecated and dies. I mean that Flock gets enough traction, investment, contribution, and success that it would be irresponsible for the Flutter team to not acknowledge it and meaningfully collaborate. My ideal ending here isn't Flock kills Flutter. My ideal ending here is Flutter effectively gets to kill Flock. Because if the Flutter team can see what's going on there, can learn the lessons that they will learn, take those contributors, take the contributions, and maybe even hire the people who stick out as leads, and take the opportunity that Flock has so generously given them to make a better community and a better Flutter, that would be success here. And I do sincerely hope the Flutter team takes the opportunity and acknowledges the fact that someone like me who doesn't care can even see clearly why this effort happens. If you're working on Flutter at Google, take some time to reflect on this. I know you get it. There are people there who get it. If you're watching this, you're probably one of them. Fight, spectate, be involved, and make sure the people who care about Flutter don't get left behind. That's all I have to say on this one. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. This is actually a really funny idea, Elkar. Yeah, I called out the Node versus IO.js thing in the middle of it. Good shit. Thank you all so much, by the way. All the Flutter folks who came through for this. I really wanted to make sure we did this one justice because it's an important effort. And I am more than happy to throw out my own disdain for how the platform works if the result is better software and the people who care getting the things that they care about getting changed. I did such a good job not mentioning Dart a single fucking time, by the way. I'm really proud of myself for that. Interesting. I don't love namespaces, but I'm curious. Closing all this stuff. This, I kind of want to... Low level, are you here? Because this might be more you than me. How are we doing viewership-wise? Y'all stuck around for that. That's really cool to see. Thank you all for hanging out for that. Hope I did a good job. Thank you, Ronan, for gifting Lewis, by the way. Ahmed showing up. Like the dedication in the space to make sure I got the story right entirely before making videos. So you know, a lot of people make fun of it and not give it a fair review. I only make fun of things when I think they're worth making fun of. I try to be fair with that. Okay, M4X here with the tier 3, by the way, 4 months in. Happy that you're here. Thank you for the support and for that tier 3. Means a ton, especially now when our sub count's so low. We got Frostbite here with the tier 1 as well. Thank you all for the support. I'm a huge accessibility nerd. I helped push a lot of efforts forward at Twitch. The biggest thing with accessibility is the team has to be accessible. If something doesn't work for some user, they need a clear way to get a hold of you and let you know. If they don't have that, there is no amount of fucking tooling that will fix the problem. Ugh. So I said some DMs I had to reply to. Cool. All good. Yeah, layoffs suck. I saw your message. Start chatting with people that you worked with in the past that you know would have a good things to say about working with you. The more connections you have to people who are employed, the better, especially if you have good relationships with those folks. But that's what I would be focused on if I was in your boots right now. Who do I know that is employed, that likes me, that knows I'm a good contributor, so that I can lean on them in this awful fucking moment? What if we don't know each other? Then don't fucking hit them up. There's nothing more annoying than a random person you don't know saying, hey, can you get me a job at your company? No, fuck you. You're on my blacklist now. But if you're somebody that I actually worked with on a project, you can be up like, hey man, had a great time working with you on X and Y. I'm curious what your experience has been like working at this new company. I'm going to reply. Absolutely. But like, just, I hate to say it like this, but you have to just be reasonable. Like, realize that the people on the other end are humans, and if it feels like they're being used and they don't know who you are, that's going to be a huge turnoff and red flag. If they have good rapport with you and they remember working with you and you hit them up in a way that's genuinely interested in them and what they're doing, it's going to work great. It's really not that hard. Yeah, cold DMs asking for jobs, if I have no idea who you are an insta, you're on my blacklist now, by the way. For those who don't know, I should be more public about the things that get you axed from ever getting a job. With me and my companies, at least. But like, yeah, it's... I'm thankful people drop these red flags as aggressively as they do, because it means I'll never accidentally hire one of them. And no, I haven't covered the ARC stuff yet. I'm going to get there. Don't worry. Yeah, this is the worst. When people think that like their friends are directors, so they should just be giving them jobs and whatnot. No, that's not how that works. They're a director because they're good at their job, not because they give free things to their fucking friends. Yeah, there's a lot of people in social networks who give the worst fucking advice in the world. There's people in social networks that tell you to eat horse paste instead of getting a vaccine. Talk to people who actually have fucking jobs. Please talk about ARC. Do I have to go straight to the ARC stuff? I need to grab sources on it.
ARC 2.
I just want to get to the ARC 2.0 thing so I can have that like visible. Comes up in just a sec. Did I skip it? It's like a thing where it says ARC 2.0 in the background, and it's like around here, is it not? There we go. Perfect. That's the still I wanted. Thank you, guys. Let's cover the ARC stuff. I'm not going to switch over to Zenford. It's tempting, but too much work. I'll have it open. What's the timestamp? 21. Good start. Anyways, I already did the marker, right? I markered. Yeah, browser's dead. Cool. We're starting. We're getting into it. I want to start this one. The state of browsers recently has been interesting. Chrome kind of won. I don't think that's debated anymore. But what is going on that's kind of unexpected is this resurgence of other browsers that are Chrome-based but offer very different things. There's a bunch of them, be it the one baked into Windows with Edge, be it all the crazy things going on with third-party browsers, or the one that we're here to talk about today, Arc. Oh boy. This is going to be a bit of a tough one for me. If you didn't already know, I've been a big fan of the Arc browser for a bit, but that wasn't immediate. When I first tried Arc, I honestly didn't like it that much. It took 3 attempts of actually committing to the browser for it to actually click for me and become my browser of choice. If it wasn't for my CTO Mark pushing it on me, I probably wouldn't have bothered at all. I was happy with Chrome. But after giving it a real go, figuring out the hotkeys that I liked, getting used to that sidebar, and just falling in love with the way the browser operated, it became a thing that I quite enjoyed using. And not privately either. I've been very public with my love of Arc. And a lot of you are too. I am certain many people, you'll probably even see them in the comment section here, started using Arc because they discovered it in my content, in my videos. And that's part of why this one's so hard for me. Because in one hand, I do genuinely feel like I was slightly misled. But on the other, by transitive property, that means I kind of misled y'all as well. And I don't want to feel that way. I don't want to feel like this thing that so many of us are invested in might actually die soon. But why do I feel that way? Why do I have these concerns? What's going on? See that? Arc 2.0? Let's see what he actually says about Arc 2.0 quick.
No, this big idea.
My audio's screwed up. 1 second. Loose headphone cable. Sorry about that. Let's just play through a bit of it. That's the concern. They're done iterating on Arc. If you keep going through, there are some moments in here that hurt me. This one in particular I want to highlight quick.
Tabs. And while we've quadrupled the number of people that use Arc every day this year, if you extrapolate that out, we're not going to get to 1 billion people using this product. But on the other...
This is what I struggle to fathom. And I'm sorry, Josh. I hope that me covering this now... it's a copyright. God damn it. Why do they do this to me? Why do they fucking do this to me? We'll see how flagged I get from that. God damn it. I'm so tired of companies doing these things. It almost feels like an intentional way to keep me from covering their shit because I'll get copyright struck if I do. I just lost all the monetization I'm going to get for the live on YouTube at least. That's great. Anyways, thanks Arc for costing me $2,000 and now my ad rev for the day. Anyways, I struggle genuinely to fathom how someone can look at the chart we just saw before and decide it's time to pivot. This is a really good DAU chart. This is really good growth. The issue is that their goal isn't to have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of dedicated users. It's to have 1 billion users like Chrome. The goal with the browser company wasn't to make something that is much better for a subset. The way he puts it later in the video is he wanted a browser that his mom would use, and he didn't build that. And on one hand, I can sympathize when you have a specific mission in mind, which is in this case to reinvent how we use the web. And what you get is a subset of people who really like the tool you built, but you're struggling to break out of that. That does force a moment of reflection. Are you building the right thing or not? My issue is they built something great for me. They missed a few dumb things that should be easily fixed that I felt dragged on about for a bit. And the result is, I don't know if the browser will ever be fixed. I just realized I forgot to do an ad cut. So let's do that quick, because I need to make my money too, especially because they just cost me all my fucking ad rev. Okay. God damn it. Before we hear why Arc 2.0 isn't real, we should quickly hear from today's sponsors, because Arc just cost me a bunch of money. Anyways. Yeah, you can cut around to handle this. So what I have two things I want to discuss. First, I want to talk about the issues that I'm having that I'm now concerned will never be resolved. And second, I want to talk about what they're actually going to go do instead. The first thing, as I just mentioned, are the issues that I have. There's a lot of things that are going to be hard to solve that they probably won't. Like, Arc will never be on Linux now. There isn't a world in which they port it to Linux when they are done improving the product and platform. They're not going to do that. And it's not open source, so we can't do it instead. They're not going to make the Windows build much better than it currently is. It was a lot of work to get a Swift-based browser working on Windows, and they did it, and it got working. It's still not the browser I reach to on Windows, but I also don't reach to browsers on Windows that often, to be fair. But it is my favorite browser on my Mac, so at least I can use it there, right? Right? Yeah, and I hope that they'll continue to maintain it and make it safer. But there are issues. For reference, the MacBook that I'm using here is not the computer I'm streaming from. This computer is wired over HDMI to a Windows machine, so the only things I'm doing on this right now are Arc, Zen, which I couldn't get the video to buffer in properly, so we're using Arc still, my Notion, my terminal, my editor, and a minimal Discord clone that it's not a clone, it's a minimal Discord web wrapper so that I can use less resources and have less issues with Discord. I do not have much stuff open. Despite that, there are some hilarious performance issues that I run into regularly. Opening and closing the sidebar is fine. I do have one thing that's annoying. It slides in and out by default. To turn that off, there's no setting in Arc. You have to turn off motion across your entire Mac, which I did just so that this no longer slides in and out and causes the content to shift a bunch as it does it. That's not the performance issue. That's just a small experience issue. The performance issue is this button here, Collections. I have a decent number of things in my Downloads folder. Let's quickly check how many. If I go here, right-click, Get Info. Does this show a number of files? Okay, this is counting subdirectories. But I have a decent number of things in my download folder. It is what it is, okay? The issue is when I click this button, not only does it index everything in my downloads folder, it tries to render them all in one list. So if I accidentally click this button twice, which by the way is very easy because you are here and if you just tap it, it lags to open. It lags the whole browser. Like the frame rate's down to like 2 FPS now. And closing it will freeze half the time. If I accidentally click this button, my browser might just stop working for 30 plus seconds. It's so bad. It's so bad. And it makes me embarrassed to be using this browser when it happens, when I'm like screen sharing with somebody. Let me, I'm going to turn off my reduced motion. Where the fuck is this? Reduce trains. Okay, reduce motion. Cool. So I'm turning off reduce motion so we can get the full experience here. Making sure that animates again. Cool, it does. First off, see the jank I was talking about where the thing just slides around? It's not their fault. The web sucks when you stretch things like that. Yeah. But now when I click this, the lag, the frame rate of the scroll here is awful. It doesn't stick with the stickiness when I'm scrolling. I'm clicking it again. It didn't open that time. It lagged. It froze that time. Like I clicked it. It takes 3 to 5 seconds to actually open. It's real bad. And if I try to drag something from it somewhere else, it will just freeze entirely. All I want, and I don't think it's a big ask, is a way to cut down the amount of things that are here by default. Give me the option not to filter by a profile, but to limit by, I don't know, a time span. Maybe limit it to things I downloaded in the last month or my last 100 downloads. These are all, I think, reasonable asks, which is why I made them about 1.5 years ago. I was in touch with the ARC team. We had some emails back and forth. I think I even did a call with them. And they told me that the problem here was things that Swift UI does wrong, that they planned to fix or work around. There was a fix coming in the next update for ARC and more coming in the near future. That was over 1 year ago. I tried when that happened, and it was better, but still laggy. So I followed up again and said, hey, I'm still having these issues. What's up? And the response from an engine on the team was, hey, we're still working on it. We did ship a performance fix, but we have more coming in the next 2 updates. I'll follow up when they've shipped so we can get more information. They never followed up. I didn't feel like continuing to push it. And honestly, I had just trained myself to never click this button for any fucking reason. But it still annoyed me to no end. When I heard this announcement that they were no longer working on improving ARC because it's fine as is, I was concerned that these bugs might exist forever now. So I hit them up one last time. I hit up the engineer I had chatted with before saying, hey man, I'm concerned here. I really hoped that we would get these updates and that I would get to have the few things that were left that were still broken for me get fixed. I'm not even asking for features, just like, I want to be able to put the sidebar on the right. I want to be able to do vertical splits. I have a lot of other things like that I want, but I'm not going to push for that. I understand they're not going to be adding everything everyone wants, but making the thing that's here actually work, that's not that big an ask. I really don't think it is. Sadly, they did. And this is the thing that broke my heart that I was actually quite sad about. Let me find it. Have I scrolled past it? Yeah, I had the I have concerns. Funny enough, I quote tweeted the I have concerns and I almost ratioed them on their own post. Where's my thread? Here. I reported massive ARC performance issues to browser company over 1 year ago. I was promised a resolution. I followed up with the engineers and the team last week. They forwarded me to memberships support. That's the thing that made me realize this might actually be over. They no longer were letting me, an engineer with technical issues, talk to an engineer who can solve the technical issues. They now put a support person in front. And when you do that with a team that previously was willing to talk to people like me, there's one reason. You want to stop burdening those engineers with a thing that isn't their responsibility anymore. It broke my heart. It was very, very... It felt in that moment like the Arc team was no longer invested in making Arc a great experience. They were okay with the quality of the experience that existed then. It really hurt, especially because these issues were over a year old. And while, as Josh clarifies underneath, which we'll get to in a moment, the number of people affected by this bug isn't necessarily massive, but the size of the performance issue that I was having is massive because it means there's a feature in the browser, the download tab, that I literally cannot use. And because it is always there when you go into this section, I've never used spaces or easels or boosts in this view. And I didn't even know there was an archive tabs button because I never sit in this view. And this would actually have been useful and saved me some trouble in the past. But I don't know that because I can't go in this tab because it locks up my computer half the time I do it. It's unacceptable. But because it affects a small enough percentage of people, I am fear-mongering. And before I roast Josh for this take, I want to say we did hash things out in DMs. We're doing a call soon. I hope me doing this video before we schedule the call doesn't mean he's not going to do it. I still want to talk with you, Josh. I will absolutely do a follow-up if you convince me that I'm wrong here. But it is my journalistic reporter duty, both as somebody who reports on the news in the space and has led people towards this browser, to report my experience here and share it with those who chose Arc based on the good experiences I had. Josh said, okay, now you're just fear-mongering to get views. We've had our entire performance engineering team staffed on Arc nonstop this entire year. You can criticize my decision to build a second product, but it's not fair to slander my team who has been working their asses off. Building a novel browser across platforms is extremely hard for a small team. If you'd like to DM or email me the details, I'd be happy to jump on it. Can someone clarify where I slandered the team here? Also, not great viewership, and I don't make money on views on X. I'd be surprised if this video ends up in the top 10 videos I did this month, genuinely. I'm not doing this for views. I've actually lost money covering Arc and using Arc, as I've discussed in the past. I do it because I like it. It is the best browser I've ever used on my computer. It's really sad to have the CEO of a company that built a product I genuinely love and promote and give endless free PR to at my own personal cost to be told, because I have concerns, that I'm fear-mongering and slandering their team. It's so unreal. And I don't want to harp on things in DMs, but there's one thing he said in DMs that really irked me that I don't know how to discuss, so I'm just going to air it out here. He specifically said, we both probably have things we regret saying in this interaction. I don't regret a word I fucking said about this. I handled this really well. He is being emotional. I will not take the fall on that one because I have not said anything here I think is worth regretting. And if I am incorrect there, if any of the people who I trust and look up to can say, hey, Theo, mostly fair, but this thing was a bit of a reach and you probably shouldn't have said that, I'm down to take that back. But I am not... But the fact that he couldn't take the accountability of this being an emotional overreach has me really concerned about the future, not just of Arc, but of the company. And the fact that chat's response immediately is this just Matt again from the WordPress drama is sad. If this wasn't me versus him, I would probably be more defensive because I know how easy it is to get into that emotional moment when you're getting pushback, especially if it's like the first time it's really exploded. But it is about me, so it's hard for me to be that generous. And also, it's still unacceptable, even if I can sympathize with the position the person's in. And I absolutely can. Historically, while they've had issues here and there with Arc around things like the security incidents with Firebase, they were able to flip the sentiment relatively quickly and, generally speaking, be good citizens of sentiment and community management. There weren't many people who used Arc saying that this sucks. People will be doing dunks whenever they can, but the fact that for the first time, users who love the product were really concerned means that he effectively treated me like someone who doesn't use and love the browser. He treated me the way he treats all of the haters, with dismissal and disdain. But the fact that he is the founder, CEO, and owner of this browser that I love could so quickly throw away my perspective because it doesn't align with what he thinks it should be is very, very concerning. This is the main topic of the call we're going to do if we are going to do it. He needs to understand that his users are not the haters. And if the users sound like haters, he probably fucked up. The follow-up made it much worse. I like this. He did say he wanted to respect my personal info, so he didn't share the issue I had because he didn't want to air out the issue that I was dealing with. Respect him for not sharing my info there. That said, if we're a company that I have relations with and I've discussed these things before, especially if I've ever talked about them publicly, I don't care. I would have been totally cool with him saying it publicly, but I have a lot of respect for him not doing that without explicit permission. But then to say I'm experiencing an extreme edge case that's experienced by less than 0.1% of the users that is difficult for them to fix because of how I use my OS. How I use my OS is I have a downloads folder with more than 200 items in it. That's not that weird a use case. If you just, and again, if my use case is that weird, the solution isn't ignore it. It's add a setting that doesn't affect the 99.9% and then fixes the 0.1%. So if the issue is, again, that I have too many files in my downloads folder, and since I have so many of those, it's an absurd amount of things, cool. Find the amount that's too high and draw a cap there. It won't affect the rest of the users and it will fix my problem. If I don't fit into the box of how you expect your users to work, make a small code change that fits into the box. It's not that hard. I've done all sorts of pagination and rate limiting shit throughout my career. It's not that hard to do. They told me they were going to look into it and probably do it, but you can't expect any tech to render thousands of items in a list on demand without issues. Other people in chat are dropping their numbers here too. There's people with small numbers like 400 to 500 files, and then people who have 21,000 files. Yeah. Thank you, chat, by the way. I don't thank you guys enough for this. Also, thank you, Svei, for the raid. Really appreciate that. Genuinely. Awesome to have you here. Thank you so much. I'm sorry you're showing up in the middle of me bitching about my browser, but it is what it is. The fact that you guys have been so supportive in this and get it means a lot, because this was sad for me. I agree. Thank you guys. First in particular, I hate accusations like that. Slander is a very real accusation. And I wouldn't say that about anybody, especially somebody who's using my shit. I really hated that. And I hope we can patch this. And I hope we can patch this up and be on better terms, genuinely. I did follow up here and clarified the exact issue I'm having. Said 100% cool with you sharing the details. I have nothing to hide. I also reached out over DMs if you'd prefer to continue privately. For those who are curious, my issue is with downloads. Specifically, when I open the downloads collection or tab, slow to a crawl, dropping a single-digit FPS and taking seconds to respond to my attempts to close it. Collections feature is effectively unusable on my machine. The reason is that I have a lot of files in my downloads folder. I use downloads folder a ton for a ton of stuff. Just for reference, for people who think I'm downloading all the time, kind of. What I do is all of my programs for creative stuff export to downloads. So when I finish an edit for a video, it exports to downloads. When I finish an edit for a thumbnail I'm working on, it goes to downloads. I do that because organizing all of these things is actually fucking impossible for me. So instead of pretending I can organize all of it, instead, I sort by recency. And when I need to upload something that I just did, it's going to be right there. Generally speaking, I think folder systems and file systems are poorly architected and they're like an artifact of a previous way computers work that we just deal with now. But downloads being the place where the thing I just did goes and sorting it by recent has been a game changer for my organization because I don't have to think about it anymore. The thing I need is right there, and I'm just going to search for it and find her anyways. And I see a lot of people in chat agreeing with me. I use downloads as the only place I put anything. Yes, I think the fact that it was first raised over a year ago, not resolved, is the worst. Yep, absolutely. Having a lot of things in downloads folder doesn't seem unusual and it doesn't seem rare. Somebody just dropped, they have 18,375 folders in their download directory, 130,000 files, over a terabyte of stuff. It's not that uncommon. And the most important thing is, where do those users fall? Because even if it is, as he said, 0.1% of users, where do they fall in terms of enthusiast levels? If that 0.1% are the most diehard Arc users, or in this case, are some of your biggest promoters, like I am, I don't care what percentage of the audience I represent. I care how severe is my issue and how easy is it to fix. The severity of this issue is relatively high. The ease to fix is also relatively high. It's very easy to fix this problem. But it hasn't been fixed. And now that he's thinking about the team differently, it doesn't surprise me. And that's sad. It's really sad to think that I, as one of the biggest promoters of Arc and one of the people that is really fell in love with this browser, that their response to my actual genuine fears, which came from being pawned off to membership support, result in this. And I'm not super excited for what's coming next either. I did manage to download it. People were finding it. It was on browsewith10.com. I don't know what it is yet. I downloaded it. And when I downloaded it, by the way, it went to my downloads folder, so I had to open up Finder to click it, otherwise my computer would lag. I opened it. It opened a DMG named Arc. The DMG name, the disk-mounted name, when you try to install their new browser that they claim isn't actually them, is Arc. It's clear they're semi-forking internally to build this new browser. This wouldn't have happened otherwise. And browser.app I installed, but very sadly was unable to sign up. If I just do fake@gmail.com and click create, pre-sign up failed with error. Error occurred while trying to sign up. Lambda verification. They don't want me using this right now. The fact that it leaked and people have been finding it, it is what it is. But this to me says they are trying to fork Arc into something new. And Arc as we know it will be poorly, if at all, maintained, because this is either internally Arc is now this other thing, or they forked it internally and the old repo is going to die. There's very few other paths I could see for this. And if I'm wrong, it's not my responsibility to figure that out. It's theirs to clarify. And honestly, what would have been really nice here, and my advice to them going forward, is take advantage of the fact that people like me exist. There's a lot of companies and a lot of teams that build a lot of things that I talk about in my content. Most of them have learned how easy it is to hit me up and ask about a thing they're going to do. I regularly get requests from companies that are surprisingly big, asking me, usually under NDA, to take a look at what they're doing and give them an idea of what that rollout is going to look like. I know it's scary because I'm this weird in-between of like an enthusiast and a promoter, as well as a journalist and reporter. And the expectation is I'm going to leak everything. I've never violated NDA in my goddamn life. I'm really good about this. It's important to me. And if they had hit me up ahead of time and said, hey, we're thinking about announcing this change, any thoughts, I could have helped them better communicate how this is running internally. But since they don't do that, they don't ask for help with how things are communicated. They ask for polls on which features should be deprecated. It feels very one way. It feels like we as Arc users are being told by the Arc team and by browser company what we should and shouldn't think and what we should and shouldn't do. And here, I'm being very explicitly told that I am the problem. And that sucks. And I don't know what else to say. I just hope they listen. I do genuinely hope they take the opportunity to reflect on this, help the community understand what's actually going to happen, and let us know sincerely, is there a future for Arc or not? There are other browsers, I teased Zen earlier, that are open source, freely available, and still being meaningfully maintained, but they're nowhere near as ready as Arc is. And I'm not ready to leave it behind yet. And it's sad to know I feel, and honestly, the way I'm feeling now is that I'm more invested in the success of Arc than they are. And that shouldn't be the case. I really hope I'm wrong here. I do genuinely hope so. And if I have a good conversation with Josh, I will certainly do a follow-up video. But for now, I'm just sad. And if you jumped on Arc because of me, and now you're feeling sad too, I'll say the thing they won't. I'm sorry. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. I am sure I'm on an old version of Zen and that's in a good state. I don't want to make that video longer though. Oh, this happened. I am very interested in this. Chris and I talked a lot about this at ElixirConf, and we have, there are places where our opinions differ, but yeah, Kitsa, yeah, this is what he does. To be fair, he's been incredibly rude to browser company from the start, and I get it, but yeah. I'm going to grab their announcement video so it's in the sources. This I'm going to quickly drop in the research channel before I forget to. Oh, did I not at everyone on Discord that I'm live? Fuck me. I keep forgetting to do that. The bot does, but it doesn't actually at everyone. Nerds, we're live, by the way. Sorry for forgetting. GPS, twitch.tv/Theo. Publish, confirm. Over to research, back here. Cool. Have fun, Jacob. Thanks for stopping by. Oh shit, Gabriel's back. Thank you. Also, thank you again to Svei for the raid. Sorry I wasn't paying much attention. I was in the middle of rage mode. I discussed in depth what that is earlier, so if you go back early enough in my rants about Mac and fucking networking stuff, you'll hear the whole story there. I will absolutely be giving Zen a fresh attempt in the near future. Oh shit, congrats, Demon Wolf. Also, we're doing great on viewership. Thank you all for hanging out today. Really appreciate it. Hope that my coverage there was fair and people aren't too mad at me for it. Gary number 10. Okay, this needs to be included. This was a thing. Problem for another day. I wanted to do the clearing up N10 thing. So phase, I have two things I want to include here. The first is this clearing up N10 bit, which is like when I show that other browser, sneak this in around there. The other is I want to compare to Superhuman. So I don't know where the Superhuman bit will fit. I trust you and Gabriel to figure out a place that it does. If not, let me know. We'll deal with it in post. Number 10 stuff. Okay. Chat just cleared up for me that the weird browse with 10 thing is actually known, and they've clarified a few hours ago, very convenient timing, what it was. It was an internal attempt to make a really minimal beta of a different way of browsing. It wasn't meant to be the actual new browser. It was meant to be a way for them to try something different. It was obviously built on top of Arc because their goal was to like rush this out and get it tested as quickly as possible to validate these new ideas. As I say here, it was a temporary experimental prototype. It was a beta testing program that has been closed, and now they're going to take what they learned and they're going to go build something new with it. Cool. Happy they were public about this. And there's also good call-outs here. Why did it seem like it was being marketed? They went ham making it like a fake real product, like the whole website and everything. I think this is overkill. I think that they like to treat everything like it's a bigger deal than it is, including like an experiment like this, getting a whole fancy marketing site and video and everything. It's how they are. They try to Appleify everything, even their experiments, which good for them. Cool. Not my thing. Also of note, the person who left all these comments isn't an employee. They're a community mod. This is what they know, having chatted with them and used these things. This isn't an employee officially saying these things, which is worth noting. Now for the other bit I wanted to cover. This, actually, I think I know where this will fit now. If I go back to here. It was around where the charts were. Mute, stay muted. Twitter player fucking function. Love this. Where the fuck's... Here's the chart.
If you extrapolate that out...
Did the video player just break again when I rewinded too quickly? Are you fucking kidding? I found the right spot and then it froze and now I have to redo it.
Even...
Cool. There we go. Cool. Cut to this point. I don't know where you'll put it, but you'll figure it out. I hate to keep harping on this point about this chart, but I seriously can't stop thinking about it. Their goal was to get to 1 billion users. Cool. Everyone's is. But they built a power user tool. You can absolutely make a multi-billion-dollar company with $1 billion... Since they have investors, they have to go big. They have to become $1 billion company to justify the money they raised and the money they're spending to try and build something different. But you don't have to get there by having 1 billion users. You can get there having a small number of users that actually pay real amounts of money. And there are companies that have done this in the general space. One of those is Superhuman. I really like Superhuman. I was skeptical going in that $30 a month right now? Sorry, that a $25 a month subscription for a wrapper for Gmail for better hotkeys could ever be worth it. But it actually... Lost the tab there. I don't know why I can't go back here either. Cool. But it actually is. I cannot fathom my life and the amount of email that I do without Superhuman at this point. And if they were to hit me up and say, hey, we're actually changing the pricing, it's actually $200 a month now, I would sigh as I hit accept. It is that essential for me. Superhuman proves that if you build something that is a big enough multiplier on the existing experience, even if it isn't valuable to most people, because there is no world in which my mom moves to Superhuman, the same way there's no world in which my mom moves to Arc. She's also probably not going to install any AI chat apps on her phone. It's just, we have to be realistic about those things. So if you can make real money on your users because those users are deeper, they care more, and they're more willing to spend that monthly fee, you can make a very successful business. Why are none of these sites fucking loading? What the hell? Cool. When is this article from? Cool. And just for quick reference here, they're already making $22.6 million. Sorry, just for quick reference, by the way, they're already making almost $40 million a year on an email wrapper. Like, what? That's a lot of money. And their growth is going up. They had a similar plateau to what the ARC team's probably feeling right now and managed to break out and get that number going up a bunch. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned this before. I'm going to go make a short link for this quick. Give me 1 second, nerds. I think you guys would like to see this. Don't know why I got a random error there when I did that. Will it work? Yeah. Is my DNS fucked or something? What's going on? Give me 1 sec to turn off my Ethernet and see if that's the issue. Cool. That's inactive for now. Cool. Let me go back to here. I don't know if they give a discount or not. Anyways, yeah. So cut this back to when I was talking about the pricing. By the way, if you are actually interested in using Superhuman, if you are a person that spends more than a few hours a day in email, I think it's worth it. I'll leave my affiliate link in the description. It's just soydev.link/superhuman. I cannot imagine life without it. If you're the same, I appreciate if you use that link. I think they give you a discount. Either way, it'll get me paid, which is nice because I've spent a lot of money on Superhuman because it's worth it, and I pay for it for all my team. Anyways, they're making real money. And this is where you would cut to me talking about this here and showing how much money they're actually making. And the result of that raise, which, by the way, we only have their raise history up till 2021. They're able to raise on a $750 million valuation. If they were close to $1 billion company then, they are probably $1 billion company now. Like, almost certainly. And I think most businesses and most CEOs would be envious of the position that ARC is in, where they have all of these users, and they're not just random users who refuse to spend money. They're not the moms of the world. They're business people. They're people like you and me, developers who rely on their browser for the work they do every day. They gave me the browser for free, and they try to charge me for features that are more targeted towards people like my mom and not me, like the AI summaries of random shit. I don't care. But if they charged me for, I don't know, using it for more than a month, or for fixing the downloads tab, like I complained about earlier, like I would be down to pay gladly $30+ a month for this browser if it would actually be maintained. But it doesn't feel like it's going to be. And instead of trying to fix that, they're going to go for that billion user thing. And I guess that's the harsh realization for me, is that there's two angles. There's two ways we could think about this. Either browsers can't make money, which is how people felt about email. Like, you can't charge a lot of money for an email app. It's kind of funny when you think about it. I spend $5 to $6 a month to host my email with Google on Google Workspaces, and then I pay $30 a month to use things with Superhuman. So I'm paying 6 times more per user for the app I access my email in than the email service itself. But that's because they made something that good. And while I can see why there would be concerns that people aren't going to pay for a browser, the fact that Superhuman can make as much money as they do shows that it's worth at least trying and not leaving behind your most enthusiastic users in the process of pursuing something bigger. Yeah. Cut this wherever it fits. I trust you, FaZe. Cool. Drop those. Editors, notes. Use extras. Extras recorded. One about browse with 10 should go after I reveal it. And the one about Superhuman should go around where I ranted about the chart. Maybe cut out the time I mentioned Superhuman on the first take. Cool. Sure, we can make a video that flows out of that. Cool. That's done. We got 2 real videos done so far today, and we're 3 hours in. Fun. That means the grind starts. Oh yeah, Interval. Didn't they get acquired? Yeah, they did. I knew the founder of Interval. He hit me up. Yeah, Alex. He was one of like the first people to hit me up for a coffee when I was fucking nobody. Great dude. Oh shit, the Zenners. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I'm happy that I gave you the boost. You very much deserved it, and I am very hopeful for Zen. I like my issues with Zen have nothing to do with Zen and everything to do with Firefox, honestly. It was surprisingly good when I first tried it. Oh, Planet Scale new homepage. Interesting. I heard this happened. Oh, also I have to try out the new browser-based homepage. Interesting. You can tell they don't have a design team anymore, which I kind of love. This is such a baller homepage, actually. What a statement. Putting Kik higher up than Slack's a choice. Are these actual? They're actual text. Holy shit. This is an actual ASCII diagram. That's hilarious. The new planet scale homepage is literally a markdown file. The chart's responsive. I have not seen this, no. Beautiful, though. Just hitting closet with Tailwind? Oh, is it really that easy? That's great. Let me drop that down. Find here. CMSs hate this one weird trick. It's a hilarious reply, by the way. Oh yeah, this new homepage is actually really cool too. I was hanging out with the browser-based guys yesterday, so I want to check it out. That hurts to hear, Eva. Speaking of which, I still owe you that money, Eva. Please let me pay you. Yeah, Post Hog still wins the homepage wars for sure. Let me thank all the subs that I missed while I was shit posting. Thank you, Frostbite. I think I already got you. Regardless, appreciate it. We got Alejo here. 36 months. Hit that 3-year mark. Fucking legend. Thank you so much. And then Neutrino2211 with the 6 months of tier 1, 7 months total. No fancy mess. Just love the stream. We appreciate that. So it's AJ Dev here with the Prime. Oh, what did Eva write this time? I saw that she was ghosted. It's literally just Arc. That makes sense. Yeah, it's annoying that they made that so easy to accidentally do. You're far from the first one to... If you just accidentally pin something, I didn't even see it, but you're far from the first one to do it. Oh boy, it's going to be fun. I'm very excited for that. I need to cover this one. Oh no. Oh no. Not again. Yeah, next master is going to be nuts. I'm actually excited. I should clone the code base quick before I forget to. Make it easier. Let's do it. There is this the West Boss one? Yeah, I know this video. Wait, is this somebody did a follow-up? No, this is what?
Hey everyone. So I came across this video the other day.
Oh, somebody else did a video about it, not the West Boss one. Yeah, appreciate you, but not gonna make it in for a different person's video about a different person's video. I know how I want to cover this. It's on the channel. I'm supposed to be starting something else right now. Oh yeah, I thought I shared this one. Did I not? We'll cover it eventually. State of front end drop finally? Fuck yeah, I'll cover that for sure later. But I want to do the video I just markered so I can actually get started. So let's do that. Stop distracting me when I already started. Anyways. Cool. I think I already wrote notes on how I wanted this intro to go. Yeah, I did. Cool. Phase, check those notes. I describe what I have in mind there. Let me know if you have questions. This video should be killer. I want this one to come out really good. It's an important one. Every few months, this particular website goes really viral. Every few months, the McMaster website goes viral for being so fast. And it is really, really fast. If you look and see how navigating it works, it's insane, even on a bad internet connection. But what I haven't seen much is breakdowns of why it's that fast. We're starting to see more and more, and most people assume, oh, it's because it's all static HTML and not using JavaScript frameworks, right? You'll be surprised. The way the McMaster code base works and the way the application runs is quite different and fascinating. There's a lot we can learn from it as an industry. And not only can we learn from it, we can actually apply it. And we can apply it to new tools that make a lot of those things easier. The reason I say that is because we're not just here to talk about McMaster today. We're also here to talk about Next Faster, which is a pseudo clone created by some of the best Next.js engineers in the space. That said, younger ones, including Ethan Nicer, known as WhatPlan, who has a wonderful YouTube channel you should check out as well. Where does one start with this? It's going to be a fun deep dive. This video is going to be two major portions. The first is how the McMaster site works, and the second is how we can make something even faster using Next.js. Before we can go into either of those, we need to quickly hear from today's sponsor so we can get paid. Cool. Let's dive in. First, we need to start here. I do admittedly have a fast internet connection, which is of note, but the site still flies, and I think it's fair to just leave it on. I could go turn on throttling, but I don't care. I want to show you guys how fast navigating it is. I'm going to hover over nuts and click as soon as I hover over nuts. You see a little loading spinner, but you get to the page relatively quick. And when I click cap nuts, it loads immediately. When I click corrosion resistant, it loads pretty much immediately. And now down here, I can click a specific product ID and add it to my order. Things load very quick. And when I navigate backwards and forwards, we get a little loading spinner for a sec, but then we're on the page. It feels really good to navigate this site. There are things here and there, like the fact that the loading spinner hides the sidebar sometimes and doesn't other times. But it overall feels really good. If we open up the network tab, we can start getting an idea as to why. Notice when I hover over something for the first time, something happened here. Content web part. They have JavaScript that runs on the client that tracks when you hover over things and immediately starts to prefetch them. So when you click it, it can load immediately instead of having to go to the server on click. This is the thing that we often do with single-page app frameworks, where we try to preload things based on user intention, like hovering over the thing or it being visible as a link. So you can use different prefetch strategies with a lot of tools, but because they're not using a traditional single-page app framework, they don't have those. So they built their own, and they built them on top of their ASPX backend. Yes, this is all written with .NET. And the reason it's fast isn't because .NET is fast, which, by the way, .NET is insanely fast. The reason it's fast is the prefetching work and the client-side JavaScript that they have running. It's not fast because it's standard HTML. In fact, if we look at this response, let me just open this in my editor really quick. This is not standard HTML like I've ever seen it. We have this giant thing at the top here, this weird pile of numbers, and then a gigantic JSON object as the first thing in the response, not as a script tag in the response, just as a pile of data that might be needed on the client side. And it's a lot. There's a lot of data in that response before we even start the HTML chunk, which is here. We see the prod page content inner ID, and we see all of these elements all named in the wonderful .NET way. And we can see the actual HTML that's going to come in and replace the page if I do click on that portion. But all of this is in order to get what the server thinks the page should be if I click that, and what the client needs to do to actually get me there come together properly. But this is all being stitched together with their own JavaScript that does it all. So if I click here, click JS, you'll see there's actually quite a bit of JavaScript being loaded. Even if I open this in like an incog where I don't have any Chrome extensions or anything, you get quite a bit of JS on the first page load, over 1.5 megabytes of it. That's pretty nuts. And the reason for that, let me just expand this so you can actually see the URL. So you can see all of these are indeed McMaster. They do this because they had to write a bunch of JS in order to make it so when you navigate, they can swap things out, they can preload things, and do all of these hacks to make it feel like a fast experience. Apparently, 2 of these JS files don't even exist and failed to load, which is kind of funny. This one does. You know they're serious when the first line in their JS file is a performance.mark call. That's how you know they're in this for real. How they're not just playing the game, they're here to win it. But you see all these crazy things they're doing. Like, I'm sure a lot of this is just because like JS minification and obfuscation is weird. But there's a lot of code in here about offsets and render locations. It's possible this all comes from a library they're using, and if somebody in chat knows if that's the case, let me know. But as far as I can tell, they built their own JS layer to do the swapping and the slicing and the editing of the HTML on the page and the HTML updates they fetch from the server. Chat has too many good puns. I have to show them. The 4 studs on the page was great. They're not screwing around. It's pretty nuts. You guys get your win this time. Try regenerate runtime equals runtime. Catch accidental strict mode. This is something else. I would love to see the actual code for this code base, not the minified chaos version. I'm so curious how it is actually written and how it's actually supposed to work. Got all these defined relationships. This is nuts. But yeah. So for everybody online who's been saying, obviously it's fast because they use vanilla HTML and JS, and they didn't use a framework like React. That's why it's so quick. You're fucking dumb. Look at the network tab. This page loads more JS than half the things I build. And that's fine, because loading JS isn't what makes a page slow. It's when the JS blocks things. It's when the JS takes a while to run, not just load. And it's when the server doesn't respond fast enough to user intent and interaction. And the solution here isn't write it in something faster. The solution here is understanding the needs and expectations of a user who's experiencing your product and to try and optimize around those things. Different tools can provide better defaults, but different tools do not magically make your website this fucking fast. You don't make a website as fast as McMaster without having a business interest and time that you're putting into it. You get here because it's your job to, or because you care too much. And with McMaster, they wanted to do better than calling them on the phone. And if they make the website so fast and so reliable that you can fat finger it with a glove on, awesome. And as Chad has correctly pointed out here, rolling your own framework is indeed still using a framework. Absolutely. I don't necessarily know why I would page speed it. Like, I don't, unless you've done this and were surprised. I want the whole URL for one test, but I'll just do the homepage first. Yeah. If you look at the page speed insights for the page, you might actually be surprised. They're not great. The interaction to next paint time is relatively slow because it's loading a ton of JS. And their performance number here is actually surprisingly low. Hitting a 61% there is sad to see. Then their JS execution time is insane because they're, again, running so much JavaScript. But it doesn't feel slow, even though they have all this JS. And if anything, I think this showcases how the page speed insights and how Lighthouse doesn't give you a full picture, so to speak, because it still feels great to use the site. But all the things that we have been told are how you make a website fast are either not what they're doing or are not true here. But I do want to try something else quick. Let's check out Next Faster. Before I do that, I want to try it here. I want to see what the page speed insights are. Quite a bit better. And if we wait for it to diagnose the performance issues, I have a good feeling there too. Come on, Google. There we go. Still not a perfect score on performance, but accessibility is better, and it is overall good. Well, let's take a look at how it actually feels to browse it. This is Next Faster, a copyright distinct entity as a demonstration of what a website that vaguely looks and navigates similar to McMaster, but is totally not McMaster, or even a reference to it. Yeah, there may or may not have been some weird copyright bullshit in that world. Not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about Next Faster. Because it fucking flies. I click. I'm just going as fast as I can here. Everything loads instant fucking taneously. As soon as I hover, I'm clicking. I'm just clicking as fast as I can here. And everything loads immediately. There's no pictures popping in. It doesn't feel as good as McMaster. It feels comically better. Like, none of that is sped up. I was just live doing that as I talk. It's insane. And we have to cover the hacks they did to make it that fucking fast. Huge shout out to Ethan Neisser. His YouTube's in the description too, for the work he did on this project, as well as Reese and Armin for helping with everything from orchestrating it to getting mock data and generating that all with AI. The result shows, and the fact that they made something not just slightly faster, meaningfully, obviously faster, is kind of absurd. And if I was McMaster, I'd be quaking a bit because now any of their competition can make something that eats their edge, which is that their site is the fastest by a lot. So let's start with the network tab. I'm going to again open this in an incog. And we are getting a lot of files here. We're doing a lot of data transfer here. I Command-Shift-R, we get about 616 kilobytes of data transfer total, which when you consider the fact, I'll even disable cache to triple confirm. Okay, retake on that. With cache disabled fully, the full page load, all of the data is about 2 megs. And since nothing is cached, it's going to keep refreshing it. But if I turn cache back on and I Command-Shift-R, I have to stop and reset all of this, actually. Clear, record, reset. It's about 300 kilobytes transferred. Not bad at all. Like, at all. It's basically no data. 3.6 megabytes decompressed, but the fact that it's that little, especially if we just look at the JS tab, how funny is it that the amount of JS being loaded on the next version is significantly less than the amount being loaded on the vanilla HTML version? But where things get interesting, and chat's already catching on, So what happens when I scroll? As I scroll, it's doing these additional fetches. And you'll see that little underscore RSC thing. What's that? Can we look at the response here? No? Didn't give me one? Okay, here's some. So here we have the needlework response. If we open this up in my editor to take a look, this is all of the data that is needed to render that next thing. It includes the data that goes to each of these individual tags. It is just JSON, but this JSON is going to be used in the next route. So that one all came from, where did that one come from? We also just preloaded all the images somehow. This was needlework. So if I click needlework, all the images are preloaded already because it knew what data needs to go there. It's already in the instance in the browser. So it can stuff those in really quick and even prefetch the images if that's the right call. It can also swap out the HTML. And the way it'll do that even more aggressively, clear that out. See all those images? I'm going to clear this again. Watch what happens when I hover over a page. It immediately starts to preload the images for the next route when I hover over it. So when I hover over the needlepoint yarn, it fetches all the images on that page before I even click. And then when I click, they're all already here. That's nuts. That's super cool. And the reason that this all navigates immediately is there's a lot of these simple to come up with, but not necessarily simple to implement optimizations that make the website move as fast as you can fucking click. I'd even bet that if I go turn on 4G slow throttling, it still is going to navigate comparably quick to the McMaster site. The image will take longer to load in because they're images, but everything else is instantaneous. I click and I'm on the page I clicked on. It's kind of nuts. But I can just sit here and show off how fast it is. We got to actually look at the code, which is why I downloaded the repo. Let's have some fun. We have login. I want to see the actual homepage, page TSX. Oh, I forgot to PNPM install. Assuming they use PNPM for this, right? Yeah, they did. Cool. Okay, what actually resolves the homepage? That must be category sidebar. Yeah, that's a group. That makes sense. Okay, cool. It's also worth noting that because this is Next.js, the backend code and the front-end code aren't even different repos, much less different fucking languages. It's all here. Okay, good point, Gabriel. Apparently the preloading I was showing before with that file I had here, this is literally just preloading for the images. So when you hover, it knows which images to preload. Huge optimization, really clever stuff. Back to the actual code though. So here we have the homepage code. It grabs the collections and the products in a promise.all so these can run parallel. We can even go look at how these queries work. In here, we have the DB select. We're using unstable cache. This could just be used cache now. That's finally shipped with a custom revalidate of 2 hours. So now we don't have to wait for this call to happen because it's cached and the new products probably aren't coming out that much. And even if they are, every 2 hours, it gets updated. Awesome. We have all these queries that are doing a bunch of joins, all using Drizzle. They preload all the data in the database using Drizzle and AI-generated fake product shit, which came out really good overall. But all the queries are just basic DB queries using Drizzle with a bunch of cache validation headers. Not even a bunch, just the revalidate function using the unstable cache like wrapper. Nothing here is stuff that you can't write. It's all relatively easy to do. It's all standard Drizzle code. I have a bunch of code in my code bases that looks very similar to this. So that's not where the magic is. Let's keep hunting. Let's find that magic. Here we have collections.map, and we write out all the collections. And then for each of them, we put all the things or all the subcategories that exist there. Here's where we can start seeing some of that magic. Here's the first line of magic. Prefetch equals true. This is telling Next.js, and in this case, the JavaScript runtime for the Next.js router on the client, hey, by the way, go load this page once this element appears, so that when you click it, it can happen immediately instead of happening when the user clicks. So you don't have to wait to load the page. You click it, and it's effectively preloaded. That's what prefetch means. Images have some of these hacks, but there are some fun things in here. First off, we have this loading call, which is to determine which loading behavior should exist for this image tag. And we have this in an interesting spot. If the image count is less than 15, then we render it eager. Otherwise, we render it lazy. The reason we do that is so that some images have a higher load priority than the other ones. And this image count is a variable that's defined up here. And since this is a server component, it only runs once and then dies. You can do something weird like this. So every time we render a new image in this view, the image count goes up. And if it breaks 15, then we start switching the new images to load lazy instead of eager, which means you will see those first 15 images much quicker, and the other ones can load in later. Decoding sync is, do they even describe what this actually does here? How do I describe the different decode strategies for images? It's effectively like sync is blocking, where it will do it ASAP, because these images are simple enough that it should be able to render them really quickly, and we shouldn't wait and have them pop in later. That's my rough understanding. Oh, good call out on prefetch for link, by the way. Prefetch the page in the background. Any link that's in the viewport will be prefetched. So it's not just you hover, it's the link is visible. So if there are links that aren't viewed yet because you're not at the part of the page, they won't be prefetched. But if I go back here and I scroll, you'll see after I refresh and clear, maybe I need to go to a place that has more things on it. Cool, this one does. So I clear, now I'm scrolling. Maybe it's not doing that. It's not on hover at all anymore. I have a filter for JS and DevTools. Oh, thank you. Thank you, chat. Cool. So now that I'm here, if I scroll, you'll see here, as I scroll, all of the preloaded data appears because it's being fetched in case I click the link. And here you'll see the watercolor paper for printmaking is there. And it has a bunch of the data that's needed to load that. So now when I click it, the page can load immediately, because it's smart enough to do this type of prefetching. And that's not something crazy that they built themselves. That's just turning on prefetch true. And even if this wasn't there, it would still be really fast. But if there was a loading state in between, like you had a loading JS file that would have hit before you loaded that data, that file will basically say to the router, hey, only preload up to here. But when you set prefetch true, as they say here when you hover, when it's null, it will load a dynamic page up till it hits a loading JS. But when you set it to true, it will load the whole thing, including whatever would have been under the loading JS, which means any data fetching and other things you need to do get done. You have the page, and when you click it, it loads immediately. Really nice. A few more things with image. They're doing the Next.js image optimization, which is really good, and there's a reason they push you to use the image component. It makes your stuff load way faster. Quality 65 is a bit aggressive, but I bet the resulting images are hilariously tiny. If I look here, size disk cache, fuck off. Let me see an actual example here. Actual images, like 40 kilobytes for some of these. Some are even smaller. Yeah, like 20 kilobytes for some. The image files are tiny, which is great because they're in a tiny viewport. They don't need to be huge. They could go further. If they go further, it might cost them decode. But if we go to like pick thing, which is a tool I built for managing your profile pictures and assets. Not profile pictures. It's a tool I built for managing the images I use for things like my thumbnails. If I click here, open a new tab. Oh, that's not the optimized version. I want to right click, copy image address, open that new tab. This is a decent looking image and optimized. I want to give me the actual image like data here. Why is this lagging so hard? Yeah, my image here is only 4.3 kilobytes. So you could optimize further, but when you optimize further, the result ends up being more CPU cost. So if your device doesn't have enough CPU to decode these really like well-compressed images, then your experience will end up being slower. And finding the right balance between compressing as good as possible and not screwing the user's CPU is tough. So where I wanted to be. I wanted to be here. Cool. Yeah. So that's all we have here. That's not much magic. This is all stuff any of us could have done in our next code bases without thinking too much. It's a prefetch true and a loading counter. There has to be magic somewhere in here, right? Let's keep hunting. Let's find some of the magic. We'll look at the collection page. This one's complex, right? Generate static params. This is to get the parameters that come from... Actually, what even is this doing? I'm not super familiar. I haven't had to use that before. Oh. That's cool. So they're using this wonderful function in Next called generate static params. I personally never had a good use for it, but this is a clever one. What this does is at build time, it runs the code here, and whatever you return, it needs to be a list of the params that could be on this route, because this route is /collection. So whatever the ID is there, whatever the slug is there, if you write this function and export it on the route, at build, it will make an array here of all of the strings that are valid collections, and it will generate the page for all of those. So at build time, we are generating pages for everything, which allows it to be much faster, because now we don't have to block on the server to get you something back immediately. And here we actually use the parameter, which in this case is collection string, again, just from the name of the file there. Let's see how we use it. We decode URI component to grab it quick so that it's formatted properly, and if somebody's doing some weird URL encoding shit, it's handled. We grab the collection by calling await get collections data, which again is just an unstable cached database call. Let image count to 0. Huh. It's the exact same thing again. Is there magic anywhere here? There has to be, right? There's no way this can just be such simple code in order to be faster than this site that was super well architected, right? We got link, prefetch true again. Image, loading is eager still. Decoding is sync. There's nothing magical here. Where's the magic hiding? They had to hack Next to make it this fast, right? There's no way Next could just be fast like this. It's slow. It's all JavaScript. There's no way. Well, the more you scroll, the more you realize the language isn't the thing slowing you down, and the JS framework you choose isn't determining how fast the performance of your app is. It's, does it have the features you need for it to go fast, and did you take the time to pick the right things? Maybe, just maybe, there's something going on in the Next config. We'll check that. We have partial pre-rendering set to true. TypeScript and ESLint ignore build errors. These are really good flags because you can check for these things during your CI and not block your deployments on them, which is really handy. We have the images helper, which has a minimum cache TTL. I should probably turn that on things because we never want to re-optimize an image ever. And then the remote pattern, which is their Vercel storage, blob storage thing. Personally, I'd recommend upload thing, but Vercel storage is decent. And once you're putting things in, if the users aren't putting things in, the place that your storage is doesn't matter. But if users can upload, you need to make sure you have that all blocked down. But here it doesn't fucking matter. It's just R2. And then some rewrites. These are to make sure that things like your vitals.js file and your heartbeats don't get blocked by an ad blocker. But where's the magic? How is it this fast? Maybe we need to check the PRs. Let's check those. Pull requests, 57 closed. So a lot of people have been contributing. Actually, let's just look at the contributors quick, because I think it's pretty funny to see. It's kind of like a who's who. We obviously have Reese and Ethan high up. We have Armin here, who generate a lot of the data. We have a bunch of other people who helped contribute, including Cramforce, who's the CTO of Vercel, including Tobias, who's also observability at Vercel. Lee Rob, you've probably heard of before. Stifle, who I adore. One of the people most involved in maintaining Next. And Eminat, Samin. I can't say I'm familiar with him. Use GitHub. Clever. So what have these people contributed? Where is the magic? Anything here that seems like it'll be really fast? Change cache from 10 minutes to 2 hours. Cool. Disallow query params to be used for image optimization. Let's see what this is. Maybe there's something here. Oh, they added this for additional security, so people can't use query params to spam you with more image optimizations. Good call. Reduce image size on mobile. Cancel images on mouse leave. What's this one? Or href equals / return empty. Source components, UI, link TSX. Oh, do they have a custom link component? Let's take a look at that. Maybe that's where the magic's hiding. Ooh, this looks a little more magical. Let's see what's going on here. We have link, which is type of next link, but it's a slight extension of it. So what are they doing here? We have a use state with prefetched images. We have this preloading set preloading. Link ref is use ref. Routers use router. And then a prefetch timeout. If we have prefetch false, we don't do anything. Otherwise, we start. Link elements, link ref.current. If there's no link element, we bail. Now there is. We run the intersection observer. If this element is intersecting, then we set the prefetch timeout, and we do this prefetch, which appears to be mad about some ESLint shit. Exhaustive depths. Cool. I don't care. Go away. So we prefetch, you calling router.prefetch to tell the router, hey, fetch this thing ahead of time. We want the doc prefetch to happen first. This await sleep 0. This is a trick that I'll be doing a much deeper video on in the near future. Keep an eye out for my PPR video and how Next actually works. It's super fun. Can I just disable ESLint right now? Not misuse promises. Cool. Just ESLint disable sign. Nice. Now shut up. Cool. So we call the prefetch images function, and when they're done, we set images to be those prefetched images. And we unobserve. Pretty simple. And now we just use next link, pass in all the things we just defined, and specifically on mouse enter, we run the image preloading, and on mouse leave, we stop the image preloading. And on mouse down, we update the URL so that it updates immediately, by the way, because usually when you click on something, the action doesn't happen until you let go. Here, it happens right when you click, so you don't have to wait. But that's about it. And again, to be clear, none of these are things that you can't do yourself. And more importantly, none of these are things you actually need. This is just for the images to load as quickly as possible. You can just turn on prefetch true and get most of these benefits. But they're not actually prefetching the data, which is even crazier. As you see here, prefetch false. They're not prefetching the next page. They're only prefetching the images for the next page, which is really interesting because the images are the part that is slow. And you'll see that when you browse around the McMaster site. If I go somewhere else, especially if I turn down the throttle or turn up the throttling, I go to slow 4G. Let's go somewhere we haven't been. Even now, see how slow those images load in? I'm hovering over flow and level control right now. I'll go here so you can see what happens when I do. I'm clicking it. All those images take forever to load in. Even if the route is ready to go, this is taking a while. And now it loaded, but the images are very slowly coming in. And again, to compare, I'll put it on the same slow 4G. I'm hovering. I click. It did just load a bunch of images, but not for this page, for the next places I go. So now when I hover this and click it, the images are already rendered. When I go to this one instead, the images are already there. So even though we have the same limitations here, the page loads immediately because that's not the slow part. Generating or fetching some static HTML from the server isn't a big deal. But the HTML isn't the part that's slow here, it's the images. Apparently they do prefetch the URL on mouse enter. Oh yeah, so process href, cool. So they disabled the traditional prefetching because they wrote their own, but if you just turn that on, it would do 80+% of this itself, just not the image part. But since they wrote their own prefetching, they also routed up prefetch the next URL. So when you hover, it will fetch the next HTML, as well as fetching all of the images that route needs. Super handy, super clever. This file's the only magic I've found so far, and I've been hunting. It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of magic in this project. Is there anything here that I might be missing? I'll keep looking. We got buttons, but these are they're just buttons. Nothing here is magical. We got nothing in card. Seems particularly interesting. These are all just shadcn components. The magic's all in the link component. And this is a file you can go copy paste if you want to have all these fun behaviors in your app. But you also don't have to. The fact that getting something this fast is a single 150 line of code JS file that just changes link behavior slightly, it's really cool. And all the code we saw on all the routes, it's really simple. Apparently they customized unstable cache too. Let's see that. Oh, yeah, their unstable cache also wraps React cache, but otherwise it's the exact same thing. So this isn't super interesting. Yeah, the unstable cache doesn't handle dedupe, so they wrap it in React cache. I think use cache does, so this isn't a problem anymore. Phase, you don't even have to include this part. Nothing particularly exciting here. Yeah, this is super boring. Is there a middleware file that's not in here? I'm assuming not, because it's just additional shit to run, and their goal is to avoid running as much shit as possible. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, super boring. What do they make for auth here? I'm assuming self-rolled. I don't really care. I've made my points. Ah. What a fun exploration. I knew it was going to be fast when I went in. I didn't realize how much faster it would be than the project that it was built to showcase. I am blown away with the work that was done on Next Faster, and I even learned some things about how to optimize performance in my full stack web applications. I hope you did too. Let me know what you think, and until next time, peace nerds. Cool. I kind of want to do a new intro for it because of how much faster this was. Yeah. I'm going to reshoot the intro. Editors, notes, new intro at end. Cool. Let's do this quick. Every few months, the McMaster website goes viral for being super fast, and it really is. Just navigating the website feels like it's flying, and the fact that it's using things that aren't modern web tech is really interesting. But is it just vanilla HTML, and can we go faster if we branch away from that? We have a lot to dive into here. This isn't a simple thing to cover because there's so many misconceptions about what makes websites fast, what makes McMaster fast, and what makes websites slow. And quick spoiler, yes, the McMaster site is fast, but we'll also be covering a rewrite of it in Next that is comically, absurdly faster. I can't wait to show all of this to you guys. There's a lot to learn here. But before we do, a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. That's a fun new intro. Still the same general flow that I have in the notes there. It's almost like I do it for a living or something, Paul. Appreciate it, though. Thank you. What do you got here for me? Sneak this in somewhere for me, FaZe. We don't need React Query. We have React Query at home. React Query at home. Giant use effect call that prefetches routes. Love it. Oh, man. This is wonderful. Let's end this one. All right, Theo, I just signed up to Superhuman. You convinced me. And holy shit, the onboarding was absurdly good. I just managed to hit inbox 0 in 3 accounts in 10 minutes each, with one that had 300 plus emails on inbox. For the record, I've used all the following: Thunderbird, EM Client, Paid, Mailspring, and others. When Mailspring was maintained, it was fast as fuck, and Superhuman seems to be as fast at least. I hope it will continue to be as good as it is forever. It is. It will continue. I've been on it for over a year and a half now. The Superhuman holy shit moment is real. Wait till you try the mobile app, though, Wesley. It's nuts. Yeah. Do I have a Superhuman command? Cool, I do. I'm going to update the link. Typing is hard. Cool. That's fixed. Will prefetching drive hosting costs up? Some amount, yes. But not a lot. It's mostly just the bandwidth costs. And when I saw the pricing for them, most of their costs, like 95+% of the theoretical cost for it was analytics. The rest was not. The rest was like simple, small things. And it wasn't a big number either. Like we're talking under $100 to host that a month with all the traffic going to it and everything. And even then, you can do some small things with image optimization to further reduce the bill to be basically nothing. It's not that expensive. I haven't always streamed on X, still relatively new to it. I don't really check it. I turn off the chat and everything. It's mostly so people know I'm live and come to Twitch or YouTube. Sorry for neglecting you guys on YouTube chat. I know I need to update Zen. I'll try that later. I don't have time to do everything like that today. Get this over. Okay, we got 4 videos. We're at 4 hours. We're struggling a bit. I will, just for you, Void. Yes, I did talk about the ARC stuff. I'm sorry. Oh, this is a free video. Fuck. Awesome, Sporto. Thank you. Thank you, Fatah, for hanging out as late as you did. Appreciate it. So what's next? It always has to be the priority thing. So you have to get priority done before we can do any of the fun shit. But I need to get both of these out now because this one I have to do. Goddamn. If Prime was doing daily videos still and wasn't like taking a break at the moment, I would just let him cover this one. But since he's not using his voice on recordings right now. I'll snipe it. I'll take a free video. I can't complain. Who linked this? Bot Cooper. Thank you so much for that. I don't have 3K watching on X. I have 3K who clicked on my stream on X at some point. If a concurrent number never goes down, it's not real. The viewership on X isn't real. It's people who clicked, saw I was talking about it, it's talking at some point, and most of them have left. I probably have less than 50 people watching live on X right now. Google writes all their code with AI. Yeah, it's views, not viewers. They call it viewers, but it's views. Anyways. There's been a lot of clickbaity news about how engineers are being replaced with AI. And most of it is just that. It's clickbait. It's not real. Most companies are still having most of their code written by real engineers, writing it in their keyboards and seeing it in their screens and reviewing it in their code bases and their things like GitHub. But not everyone. And we're starting to see a real shift here. And today, we're not just talking about some random small company writing more code with AI. We're talking about a big one. And not a little bit of their code either. A large amount. As high as a fourth. I didn't think this was real when I first saw it, but the more I look in, it does seem true. More than a fourth of Google's code is written with AI. And that's terrifying for a lot of reasons. All of which we'll get into right after a word from today's sponsor. Cool. Let's dive in. AI is hugely important to Google's products, and it sounds like the company relies on it internally too. This is not the first place I heard this. I actually, earlier today, was recording a video about a fork of Flutter, and a huge portion of why this is happening is because internally, Google's corporate refocus is shifting, or the reason this fork is happening is directly credited to Google's focus on AI, hilariously enough. A huge portion of it is because the Flutter team's not prioritizing desktop platforms because those don't help move Google's goal of shipping more AI stuff. As a result, Flutter's not moving fast enough on platforms that aren't the core platforms, if at all. And that's because Google's all in on AI right now. And this is going to have a lot of impact all over the place. What did I miss here? Is this the tweet I already saw? Yeah, it is. Anyways, let's see what The Verge has to say. Google is building a bunch of AI products, and it's using AI quite a bit as part of building those products too. This is a direct quote from Sundar, the CEO. More than a quarter of all new code at Google is generated by AI, and it's then reviewed and accepted by engineers. He said this on their earnings call, which is kind of nuts. Are there any more good insights here? The AI space comes up 33 times and AI periods twice. So AI is mentioned in here at least 35 times, which, considering how small this page is, that's kind of hilarious. They're all in, all in. Our commitment to innovation, as well as our long-term focus and investment in AI. Oh, I missed AI, comma. There might be even more. I guess space AI might be better. Commas in there 3 times. There's almost 40 instances of AI on this page for their earnings call. That's kind of hilarious. Especially considering the fact that, like, no one is building things on top of their AI. It's very amusing. I don't know anyone who's meaningfully invested in building tools and products using Google's AI stuff. I like, and this might be a hot take, I might get some shit for this. I actually like the AI search thing when you search something on Google and the first result is AI based on a few sources. That's kind of nice. Other than that, yeah, I haven't had any of their AI products useful to me at all. RIP Bard, RIP Gemini. We'll see what happens. People are saying Sundar's name is Sundar Pichai, which is AI at the end. So I put the space in front this time. and it still comes up 33 times. So you're wrong. AI occurs on this page almost 40 times. Anyways. We are uniquely positioned to lead in the era of AI because of our differentiated full-stack approach to AI innovation, and we're now seeing this operate at scale. It has 3 components. First, a robust AI infrastructure that includes data centers, chips, and a global fiber network. Second, world-class research teams who are advancing our work with deep technical AI research and who are also building the models that power our efforts. And third, a broad global reach through products and platforms that touch billions of people and customers around the world, creating a virtuous cycle. I can't read this PR mess. I read enough earnings call shit already. I can't do it for free. AI is helping Google make money as well. They reported $88.3 billion in revenue for the quarter, with Google Services, which includes search, revenue of $76.5 billion, up 13% year over year, as well as Google Cloud up to $11.4 billion, which is up 35% year over year. Do you see how small a percentage of Google's revenue comes from cloud? Like when you compare this to Amazon, where a significant portion of their revenue is coming from AWS, it's less than an eighth. Actually, it's right about an eighth of their total revenue, which is kind of hilarious. Especially when you consider how shit Google Cloud is. That's a separate problem for another day. When I talk about how shit Google Cloud is, nobody cares. I've noticed that. I've seen the numbers. It's such a meme that nobody even cares when you make fun of it. Google Services hit $30.9 billion, which was up from $23.9 billion last year. And Google Cloud, this is operating income. Sorry. So Google Services is $30.9 billion of operating income. Google Cloud is only $1.95 billion. At least it's better than the $270 million. How insane is it that Google Cloud last year only profited $270 million? That is hilarious. Oh man, I didn't know it was that low. That is amusing. The results indicate that, while many people feel Google isn't as reliable as it once was, the company continues to operate a very strong business. AI is a huge focus across Google, with the release of features like custom AI chatbots powered by Gemini, as well as automatic AI note-taking stuff in Google Meet, and a bunch of generative AI tools to help YouTube creators. Hey, it's me, the YouTube creator. All the AI tools that gave me fucking suck. So hard. Let's check out the inspiration tab for me. Let's do it. Let me find it quick. Here's the inspiration tab. As a developer that has a popular YouTube channel about software dev stuff, let's see what I should be inspired by. Linus Tech Tips. DS Module 3. What the fuck is DS Module 3 and why should it be a short? Or JS Coding Practice 3. What the fuck? Increasing triplet subsequence. What people are looking for, more WordPress drama. And also WordPress speed optimization. Are you joking? Let's show all. I want to see all of these. I already did that. This keyword JavaScript. When to learn React. Twitter algorithm explained. Best OS for web development. React game development. Next for React devs. 2 of those are almost good ideas. God, all the short ones are so embarrassing. What the fuck is Wayne OS? Is that even a thing? It's an open source Chrome OS. Cool. In Velka 3, GT the source, this is just, it's nonsense. It's useless. Every time, like it's funny, YouTube has some of the best analytics in the world. The amount I can learn about my content and how it's being consumed, about my audience and how they engage, all of these things are super useful. I have learned so much about what works and doesn't work on my channel through this data. But then they try to pretend they can tell me what will work And what they want is for me to become Linus Tech Tips. Literally, all of the reference videos for the first 6 are LTT. Then Asmongold reacting to the Google search falling apart video that Mr. Who's the Boss did. Then LTT again. Finally, an actual dev thing, Fireshift. But it took 9 videos for them to realize I'm a dev, and they forget immediately afterwards. The fuck? This is useless. And not because I have beef with LTT. I love those guys. I'm a huge LTT simp and defender. Luke's a good friend. Love what they're doing over there. But the fact that YouTube thinks they're who I should be looking to for inspiration for topics shows just how bad their AI is. I want to find a moment from a video I did before. I know. Quick throwback to an old Theo moment. Because Chrome put Gemini in. I almost want to... Do I still have the old Chrome dev canary? I'm curious if this can be updated and still use this. Let me just test it, see if I can actually demo it. And if not, we'll just use the old video. About... I don't remember what build it was in. Was it Chrome Dev? Not that one. Might have been the Chrome Beta. It was one of these versions had it and none of the rest did. Cool. See if this one will let me. I don't remember which of these is which. Error, please try again. Great. $127 or higher, yeah. Enabled. Those need to be enabled, not bypass. Cool, that's done. Okay, I have to re-download their stupid model. And since I turned off my fucking like 10 gig line, it's gonna take a second. I shall wait. I do this to myself. Why do I have to have like a funny, compelling idea for something in my video and now I have to wait an unknown amount of time? I'll come back. I'll forget to come back. I don't want to lose track of where I am. I'll just sit here and wait. Hopefully it's not that long. It's just a few gigs, supposedly. They're adding AI to dev tools as well. Oh, God. Do they show a network tab that it is downloading? I'm curious if I could see the progress anywhere. I'm guessing it's just happening in the background. Yeah. I'll come back. I'm curious about the AI assistance panel thing. The AI assistance panel lets you chat with Gemini directly in DevTools. That sounds awful. You know it's Gemini when you specify things like, to stay in the theme, please use. You have to be very specific with Gemini or it loses track of things relatively quickly. Is that still downloading? Are you fucking kidding? I'm scared to see how big the model is that it's downloading. Yeah, the Google Chrome helper has downloaded over 2.5 gigs so far because the built-in model, the on-device model, oh, look at that. Now it's done downloading. Now it's updating. Google. The fact that it just downloaded 3 gigs of shit almost so it can run the local model instead of having to hit a server. It's such a cool concept. The idea of an SDK that exists in the browser is cool. But this sucks. And now I'm just getting this error, even though I did everything right. They must have just changed the, like, syntax or something. Yeah. All that for nothing. Thanks, Google. Yeah, the thing I wanted to showcase is just how cringe Gemini is and how, like, bad it is at basic shit. Let me just const session equals AI.create text session. Will it still work? Nope. What the fuck? How am I supposed to use it now? Did they just silently deprecate it? The fuck? Okay, whatever. I'm not going to figure out how to showcase this. It's annoying. Shout out to my editor for turning this into a watchable thing. Here is a moment from an old video that I did covering this being built in. And to showcase just how bad Gemini Nano is, I asked the question, who is he? This is the first thing I asked. I just opened the chat and said that. There is no additional context. There's nothing. But since Gemini Nano is such a mess, it hallucinated that I had given them a picture that was of Albert Einstein. It's hilarious. It's so bad. I have not gotten good responses out of Gemini ever. And now that I've shown how bad the recommendations are on YouTube as well, hopefully you guys see I have no faith in Google's models right now. Although they seem to have a lot of faith that was a photo of Albert Einstein for some reason. Anyways, back to the article. The results, as in the revenue changes, indicate that while many people feel Google isn't as reliable as it once was, the company continues to operate a very strong business. AI is a huge focus across Google, with the releases of features like custom AI chatbots powered by Gemini, called Gems, automatic AI note-taking in Google Meet, and a bunch of generative AI tools to help YouTube creators. Yeah, this is the thing I just showed and how bad they are. None of these seem good. I don't know anyone who's using AI bots created and powered by Gemini. Sounds like a disaster. The automatic note-taking in meetings is stupid and annoying. And the new Pixel 9s had a bunch of AI features. Cool. There is one part there that's cool, which is that Google's actually putting work in to make better chips for mobile because Qualcomm sucks ass. And anybody fighting Qualcomm is probably a company that I can defend a little bit. And if Google's going to take the AI hype as a method and a justification to invest in dethroning the bullshit that is Qualcomm's monopoly, I'm cool with that. But that's not what's going on here. There's a lot more subtlety to this, sadly. In search, our new AI features are expanding what people can search for and how they search for it. In cloud, our AI solutions are helping drive deeper product adoption with existing customers, as well as attract new customers and win larger deals. And YouTube's total ads and subscriptions revenue surpassed $50 billion over the past 4 quarters for the first time. You're welcome. But how nuts is it? So wait. Total revenue for Google 88.3 billion. Oh, that's for the quarter. Okay. So 50 bill over the past 4 quarters. I was going to say, is YouTube over half of Google's revenue? No. 12.5. Could have done that in my head. Sorry. But YouTube is 15% of Google's revenue. That's kind of nuts. Yeah, YouTube makes more than Google Cloud, and not by a little bit. Oh, also, I misread this earlier. This is their quarterly revenue. This is their quarterly as well, I'm assuming. Wait, no, I read that right. Okay, cool. Never mind. Cut me saying I read that wrong. But yeah, if Cloud's making 1.95 bill every quarter, Google Cloud makes about 1/10 as much money total as YouTube, and I'm sure its profit margins are significantly worse. That's hilarious. That is actually really funny. Anyways. Oh, this is a fun call. This is a video I already covered. Google is facing a potentially tough road ahead, however, following the August ruling that the company is a monopolist in the search and advertising markets. That case, which was brought by the U.S. Department of Justice, is now in its remedies phase. And while there's still a ways to go for the dust to settle, a Google breakup is on the table. Oh, never mind. I didn't cover this one yet. I did cover the App Store breakup that is happening on my second channel. Check that out at Theo Rants on YouTube. Google's in an interesting spot. Their models are not the best. Their engineers are not the best. Their products are not the best. They are the default. They are the entry point for all of the web, and they have a good position. They're just kind of fucked. Of the big corps right now, between Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, and Google, I personally think Google's in the worst position. But they all have their ups and downs. Most of them have realized that building their own models is stupid and they should collaborate with others who are doing it. Google refuses. They're too busy getting sued for $10 gazillion from Russia or whatever. It is what it is. What do you guys think, though? Is this why all of Google's products are getting worse, or is this just an interesting stat with no meaning behind it? Let me know. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. One more done. Thank you, Bot Cooper, for the free video. Cringe AI DevTools picks. Oh, God, no. They take up even more. I already hate that things take up so much space in here. They're going to make it worse. It's so bad. Keep scrolling, gets worse? Oh, no. God, this is so bad. This might be a whole separate fucking video. I'll plan this for another time. Chrome dev tools get destroyed with AI. God, I hate that so much. YouTube. Thank you, DJ Arun, for dropping all your fucking channel points with bangers there. Appreciate it. I thank all of you I missed. I think I got you, Swayze. If not, just in case. Got you. I know I got you, AJ. So we'll go back up here. We got Not Been. Think I thanked you. Regardless, appreciate it a ton. And Labradors at the Prime. Thank you all. Hitting that 420 mark. Viewership's been nuts today. Thank you all, by the way. Good to have you guys here. We recorded 5 videos. We're at 4.5 hours. We're catching back up now. I personally really want to nerd out about this one. I personally think this was nuts, but I can do it whenever. Most of these I can kind of do whenever. This I was waiting on more resources for that I don't have yet. Most of these are very behind, to be fair. But when you see the calendar, these are just the videos that are recorded. We got like 35 of them, most of which are even done being edited. So the backlog is getting nuts. Oh, did you put something in Notion for me? What do you got for me, Gabriel? I didn't put it in Notion yet, no. I don't really know how, I haven't figured out how to package this one yet. It looks awesome. But I can do it whenever. Yeah, I'll put it in Notion. You know what? I'm going to do something different with that one. I already have the difference in apps and web. I'll sneak that in there. So part of a different thing. I just accidentally closed that. Cool. I did see this one. I think I shared this in the group chat. If not, put this in research. I'll give it a scroll. Go search Falling Apart. Is inspiration is fire. Yeah. Yeah. Firefox is looking less awful. It's just the engine and the experience browsing in it. What was this one? This is so Google. It's hilarious. I want to bookmark this one because that was hilarious. Way too much work to orchestrate that, and the viewership will be garbage. I cover how Josh has been on defensive rampage. Yes, specifically in the context of how him and I had a weird back and forth. I gotta do this one. This Week in React's a great recap. All the a large portion of our React videos are directly inspired by that. But recently we've not even potentially just like, other than like the next conf shit, we haven't done as many React videos. Not reaction videos, React.js, the framework videos for those who are going to clip this and try to get me fucking flamed by other communities. I don't fucking care. Let's do the Copilot one. I did see that happen. Let me get the rest of these links up before I start. I had a tweet about it that I want to find as like a start point. Cool. Ah. Ah. How do I want to open this one? It seems like Cursor is top of mind for the folks over at GitHub right now, specifically the Copilot team. Copilot ushered in a revolution of how we write code, fundamentally. Previously, or retake on that. It seems like the GitHub team can't stop thinking about Cursor. If you haven't kept up with the history here, way back in end of 2021, beginning of 2022, Copilot was introduced as an AI tool to help us autocomplete our code as we write it. And honestly, it was revolutionary. I was so skeptical at the time and was surprised how quickly I grew to like it and then eventually love it. Not Copilot itself, because it was atrociously slow and didn't have the best recommendations. When I started trying other models, specifically SuperMaven, I was blown away at the speed and accuracy of the code it was giving me. And then I gave Cursor a shot, didn't like it, went back to VS Code. But then I gave it one last chance and ended up being blown away. I have been very impressed with my experience writing code with Cursor, not just in the autocomplete, but how it integrates the AI, not just one model either, all of the models that retake on that. Having now used Cursor for quite a bit, it is definitely my editor of choice. There are things I would change. There are things that need to improve, especially the speed when compared to something like SuperMaven. But overall, it has improved how I write code. It has also caused me to cancel my subscription to GitHub Copilot, and it has also resulted in me not using VS Code directly because Cursor is a fork of VS Code. GitHub is taking this very seriously. They're taking it so seriously that they are putting existing relationships that Microsoft has at jeopardy in the process. One of the big differentiators between Cursor and VS Code is that VS Code is built on Copilot, which is built on top of OpenAI's models. Cursor has a list of different models you can pick from. Editor's note, sneak that list in. Ask me to get a screenshot if you don't have one. That's a huge difference because Cursor isn't trying to make a perfect model or do all of those things. They're just trying to make the user experience of writing code with AI better. And GitHub has to catch up, and they're taking it very seriously. Do you know how I know that? This is how. Despite Microsoft's very deep, very close relationship with OpenAI, despite Microsoft's close relationship with OpenAI, GitHub now supports Anthropic and Claude in Copilot. The only reason they do this is because of the only reason they do this is this. It's not a secret that Claude is better at code than OpenAI's models. They've pretty well established that at this point. But for Microsoft and GitHub to be willing to make a change like this and to no longer be a full OpenAI house, that means things are about to change. Microsoft is no longer betting entirely on OpenAI, and GitHub isn't either. Copilot has been rethought as a real competitor to Cursor. The space is crazy. I couldn't be more excited to talk all about it. First, two quick things. The first thing is that I'm an investor in all of the companies I just mentioned: Microsoft, SuperMaven, and Cursor. So no, there is some bias to account for here. The other thing that I have to mention is that we're about to hear a word from retake on that. Before we go any further, I have a quick disclosure. I am an investor in Microsoft, Cursor, and SuperMaven. And retake on that again. Before we go any further, real quick disclosure, I'm an investor in all three companies that I just mentioned, about equal across the three of them between SuperMaven, Cursor, and Microsoft, but none of them know I'm making this video. None of them are paying me anything to talk about any of this, but I do have to get paid. So let's quickly hear from today's sponsor. Cool. Let's dive in. Quick thing, because it came up in chat and I wasn't clear about it. SuperMaven is using their own model. They are just a small extension in your editor, but the model is what they're building. So SuperMaven's all in on the model. Cursor's all in on the UX. Copilot is somewhere between the two, and it's not fully committed. Yeah. They do use Claude and OpenAI for their chat, but the actual autocomplete is entirely SuperMaven's model, and it flies. If I recall, the Tab 9 founder is the SuperMaven founder. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure. We'll put an editor's note in if I'm wrong. Anyways. This slide broke me. I did not expect this in the slightest. I thought Copilot would slowly die on top of the wrong model. As I said here, this is monumental. The OpenAI and Microsoft partnership is starting to crumble. And people freaked out here. And as we see in chat, and as we see in the replies, ChatGPT is not usable for anything coding related when you compare it to Claude. It makes sense. They probably didn't like the little Apple stunt that Sam pulled. Yeah, there's a lot of little things I'm sure they're not happy about. And Claude is a better model for code. What a mess. If this was just the models that we were talking about, that'd be one thing, but they did a lot of changes here. I hate to do this to you guys, and I promise we'll make it as valuable as possible. No one should have to watch 50 minutes of GitHub Universe keynote. We'll do our best to go through this and chop it down so only the important parts become your problem. I'm grabbing this because I know what it's going to be, and it's going to make me very happy. We're talking about the models, so let's start with this bit. I am so not excited.
And finally, in phase 2, we will go from multi-model functionality to multi-model choice.
I've never seen a slide from an established software development business that has this many meaningless terms on it. AI infused, AI native, AI agents, conversational coding, multi-model functionality, and multi-model choice. None of these mean a fucking thing. I hate this era. I hate this so much. It sucks because there is actual value in these tools. Cursor has made my life better. Claude has been a great model to work with. Nothing on this slide means fucking anything. If you were saying in chat, this feels like they're the... You know what? I'm going to pull chat up so you guys can hang out with me so I'm not suffering fucking alone with this. God. I can't believe we're at this point. This is straight up from a sitcom.
Go from multi-model functionality to multi-model choice. There was a boom of high-quality models.
Are these the next steps for these? So conversational coding becomes AI agents? I hate this. I hate every second of this.
2024. And you know what? GitHub is still GitHub. We are an open developer platform, and developers expect the agency to build with the models that work best for them.
I'm so sorry to do this. Just the way he enunciated developers there.
Developers, 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 developers. Developers, 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 developers.
Expect the agency. We are an open developer platform, and developers expect the agency to build with the models that work best for them.
This is just German Steve Ballmer with less to say. Developers, developers.
So today, we deliver just that, and we deliver it right here, right now.
Can they say anything real here? Okay, this is they show you have multiple model choices. Cool. I think the fact that developers have to know the difference between these models and make choices is a fundamental failure in the adoption of these things. It reminds me of the era where to use a computer, you had to know how a terminal worked. The fact that people who are coding or working with these AI models need to know that Claude 3.5 Sonnet 1004 behaves fundamentally differently than Claude 3.5 Sonnet 0415 or whatever the fuck. Why? Why do I open up my goddamn editor? Why in my goddamn editor, and I go to cursor settings, do I have all of these options? Why is this a thing? Why? Okay, let's do a poll real quick. I'm curious. And remember, y'all on YouTube seeing this, this is a representative group of hardcore nerds that hang out live to watch me talk about software stuff. Do you know the difference between Claude, Sonnet, and Opus? I did not do what I wanted it to. Do you know the difference between Claude, Sonnet, and Opus? Yes, meh, no idea. Did the poll get created? Okay, cool. Reminder, this is an enthusiast group. These are the people who are the most invested and are the most likely to know these things and what the differences are between them. We're still at a 62%. No idea. That's the problem. The fact that all of these choices exist is like meme tier. Also, I mentioned before, this Claude 3.5 Sonnet is very different from this Claude 3.5 Sonnet because this is using the newest model. This is using a slightly older one. I saw I had a cursor update. I bet they're going to rename those. Let me quickly do that update. How do I even trigger an update with cursor? Attempt update. Don't save. They didn't rename it. Cool. Anyways, if it was just in this hidden models setting page, that'd be one thing. The fact that you can provide your own API keys is just kind of funny. But it's not just there. When I do Command A, Command K, I have a little drop down here where I can change between the different models. It is in your face about which of these things you're using. This is like imagine if every time you opened an app on your Mac, there was a little drop down that said, do you want to use this in Zish or Bash? Or if you're on Linux and every time you opened an app, it's like, do you want to use this in Wayland or Zorg? These aren't things that people should have to know or give a fuck about. And the fact that these abstractions are leaking to the users shows just how early and unprepared this shit is.
Access to O1 Preview and O1 Mini. With
Cool.
Construct O1 chat more across the of GitHub Copilot.
Actual applause when they say that Sonnet now is supported. Stupid. They had the Anthropic co-founder on. Oh, and even Gemini got a little spot. But see the difference in how much Gemini got versus Anthropic? That says a lot.
We mean it when we say multi-model choice. Today, lightning strikes twice. So we are thrilled to share a partnership with Google, bringing Gemini 1.5 Pro to GitHub Copilot.
I don't think I have that option here. Not that anyone would want it. Yeah, it's not even in here. Good. It shows, again, Microsoft doing Microsoft's thing. Like, what they actually wanted was Anthropic and Sonnet. But in order to make it not piss off OpenAI too much, they're like, no, we support everyone. No one wants this. Nobody wants Gemini except for Google employees. What does matter is the changes they're making to VS Code.
So this is the website that we're going to be working on throughout the day today and building some cool things with it. So before I get into...
Oh, is that Cassidoo? Cool. Finally, like a human I can trust some amount on stage. Don't want to think about how much they paid her to do this, but yeah.
To it, I'm going to head over to the code. Who here has used GitHub Copilot before? Wow, that is awesome.
That is an embarrassingly small number of hands, but to be fair, GitHub Universe has a surprisingly small number of devs. I was supposed to go today. I chose not to because I preferred to record. I tried using Gemini and it converted my React app to Angular. Even if that's fake, it's funny.
And you're making my job so much easier. For those who haven't used it before, that's okay. I'm going to show you an example of what it can do. So what I could do is I could type a function, get coolest developer in the world, and then try to autocomplete it and see what it returns.
I have to show you guys how much less bad things are in the world I live in. What was it? Function. No offense, Cassidoo. That was better. It's a small thing, but like as I'm typing, oh, it's already autocorrecting. Like I probably want to get rid of that because it's all I just deleted things. But if I go back to typing it, get coolest developer in the world, it autocompletes more than just the open bracket. And also, this has been a big thing for me using Cursor. This has been a big thing for me using Copilot. It would often screw up the ends of things. So it would miss a semicolon or it would screw up the brackets at the end. This doesn't have those problems, which is really nice. It's still slow compared to what I like with SuperMaven, but it's pretty fast. It gives good answers, and it doesn't do the weird syntax like open closing bullshit that I had a lot of with Copilot. Anyways.
What? AI has never lied. Okay, so it does a very, very smart autocomplete, but you can also use GitHub Copilot Chat. So I could highlight this right here, and I don't even have to just ask in English. I could say, ¿puedes explicar esto in Spanish? And then it will explain what this code does in Spanish for me right here in the chat. So
unironically cool use case. This is a thing I think about a lot. The fact that to be a successful developer, you almost have to know English sucks. It's not just like the resources are in English. It's like the languages are in English. In JavaScript, to define a function, you write the English word function. To import something, you write the English word import. Code is written in English, even if you're not an English speaker. And it's sometimes jarring to see English function followed by a Spanish or a German or other languages word. But now imagine you're a dev that doesn't speak native English. You know some of these words because you've written enough code, but you don't really know them. And now you're reading a code base that is complex and you don't know which words are things they defined versus are things that are part of the language. And you're struggling to keep up. The idea of chat as a way to like understand code that's in a language you aren't familiar with, not JavaScript versus Python, but English versus Spanish, is actually a compelling use case. I can't believe I have been trolled into saying that Copilot chat can be useful, but this is a good use case. As you see in chat, Spanish speaker here, me and my whole team write code in English, and everyone else I know only did it in Spanish in university. These are fair points. Anyways.
So it says that I'm the coolest. Very
cool. That works.
Page. So in this profile page, you have our flight point history. Edit multiple files
Did they show anything new here? Multi-file editing. Let's see that.
at once. If only we could edit multiple files at once. Well, now we can! Copilot for multi-file editing is now available.
Did Copilot really not have multi-file editing before? Like, actually? I haven't used it in so long. Did that actually just not have it? I've had that in Cursor forever now. So this is an app I was working on. I'm building the Pokemon app in the new next patterns. Let's try doing something across files. I'm not even going to give it the context. I'm just going to open this file that I'm in. Let's clear everything I have. Reset. It suggests other files I can add. Let's add an accurate metadata export for every page.tsx file. I didn't do anything. Now it went through and added a metadata export to all of my routes. We can look at all of the things it changed here. Here's what it added to each of the different pages. And when you look at them here, you can actually see behind that. I don't even know the hotkey to minimize because I usually just accept and then go and check the code that it changed after. So I'll just do that. And now we see it created this with the title, a description, and open graph. Nice. See how easy that is? Let's see how they do it in multi-file editing in VS Code, which I actually can't believe it didn't have this before.
So we have this new edit mode right here. And what's cool about this new edit mode is, first of all, I can...
God, the UI is so close. That's like insulting. So when you're in the composer, oh God, let me, oh, wrong button. Let's reset. It used to have like the plus, it said add file. There's somewhere in here where it will say like add file with the plus, but it's weird.
Go down here and change the model. So I'll choose Claude for this one.
Oh boy, I wonder why you chose Claude.
And then I can say, hey, can you create a new reusable area graph from our points activity service? And I want it to be displayed below that points activity table, and I want it to behave very similarly to the on-time line chart. And then, of course, don't forget to write tests. And then
So you have to manually tag the files. I've lost all interest. Here's one I actually did recently. I'm not going to replicate it perfectly. I just want to show you guys an actual thing I did that was oh, this is really useful for me. I made an app recently. Where the fuck is Quick Pick? I'm not going to find it there. File, open, recent, more. Cool. This is an app I made called Quick Pick. It's really useful for YouTubers and not many other people. It's a quick way to convert SVGs to PNGs at high res to make an image square, and somebody else contributed a corner rounder that will round the corners of an image. All really useful tools to just have in the browser. They don't cost money because they're running in your browser anyways. I don't fucking care. But when I was working on this, I did a first pass on the SVG to PNG tool, got it working pretty well. I then went and made the square image generator. And while I was working on this, I came up with a better way to style and make it look okay. So if I take like the Fastify Bench thumbnail, I had this set up. I had like the text and content here a way I liked. I had the toggles here for white and black background, the save image button that's green and the cancel that's red. I had this in a way I liked. And the page I had built before was ugly as fuck. So what I did, I shit you not, just out of curiosity if it would work, I went to the rounded tool and I just Command A. I don't even think I Command A. I think I just Command Shift K. It knew I was in this file, so that's the context. I said, make this look like, fix the styles so this looks just like the square tool. That's all I did. And it just did it. Now I won't have much to do because I already did it before. But the fact that I could do that and it could go find the other file it needs for context and do it correctly was nuts. It just makes these types of things significantly easier to do and work around. Surprise is being this slow. It's probably because, again, I already made these changes. So yeah, has nothing to change because it was already fine. But if it wasn't, it would have changed a bunch of things. Yeah, I've been impressed. With these types of things, it's been a really useful tool. And I'm amazed that Copilot is both still in catch-up mode and their implementation requires you to tag the files you want it to have access to manually.
We hit go, and we see what it does. And I'm very excited about it. So it gives us our step-by-step saying we're going to create a chart component, we're going to add it to the profile page, and we're going to create tests for that new component. And it starts creating those files right away. And so as you can see here, we already have this monthly ports area chart graph, and it's based on what already exists in our code base. And it has the green diff there so you can see what's new, which is everything.
Does it really have the red diff on top for empty file being deleted? They haven't even fixed the VS Code UX around it. That's hilarious. I don't want to just keep roasting VS Code catching up. I am actually curious about Copilot extensions. I have no idea what these are, and I really hope they're useful. I really hope so.
And you can use it to extend GitHub Copilot to do all kinds of things. And in this particular case, I'm going to head back to our chat, and I'm going to flag launch darkly, create a flag based on our monthly points chart, and then it will run the extension. And so we've already got a little pop-up here saying we want to create the flag, we have a key for it, make it available on the server, and then I can toggle the flag right here in VS Code without ever having to leave. And it just works, and there's so many cool extensions out there. Now,
that's unironically cool. The ability to interface with a service that your code base works with via the chat and that interface allows for you to access things without having to install a bunch of weird extensions and figure out their weird UX. A unified method to command things externally is powerful. The fact that everything they just did worked via text prompts that come up as like alerts in the editor is absurd and hilarious. That this is just like 5 text prompts. They don't even happen in chat. They happen separately on the top of the view. That's like meme tier. The concept is awesome. I see a lot of potential. That is the implementation. Almost feels like a joke.
Extension, make it out. And so it is called GitHub Copilot Custom Instructions. It's a file that you add inside of your GitHub folder, and it's just a markdown file called Copilot Instructions. And you can just say what you want Copilot to do. And this has been one of our most requested features. So in this particular code base, we say whenever we make a reusable React component, make sure you add the Launch Darkly service. But you can put whatever you want in here. You could say, I want all of my functions to have certain doc strings. I want it to follow certain linting rules. I wanted to add a comment saying that Cassidy's the coolest developer in the world at the bottom of every component, so your demo looks awesome. You never know, but you can do whatever you want here, and that's all that's happening right under the hood. To make this,
I will say, I have not seen many compelling examples using these types of instruction prompts, like as part of your editor experience. I see them more as a patch when you're consistently seeing bad behaviors. For example, if it keeps trying to rewrite your TypeScript code in JavaScript or try and insert types into your JS code, a rule that is stop using TypeScript, always give me JS could be useful. I've tried those things here and there to try and get Copilot to behave. I don't have any rules set on any of my AI tools right now. I'll occasionally give like I have on my cursor, or on my like Claude setup in the browser, I have a workspace, I think it's called, where I dumped my schema for one of my projects using Drizzle. So I can ask it to write queries for me and it's slightly more accurate. Like that part's cool. But the fact that you have to care about these things and write this type of shit, and now you have multiple sources of truth for how the AI is going to behave between the actual code and your instructions, that's terrifying to me. I don't dig this at all. Do they have anything else to show with extensions? No, that's it. Weird. Here's an actually cool one. Xcode support, because Apple will never figure this out themselves. Xcode has not improved meaningfully in over a decade at this point.
Apple developers, GitHub Copilot is available in Xcode today.
Mountains had to move for that to happen. I've talked to a few people on what it would take to get Copilot, I've talked to a few people on what it would take to get Xcode to a better place, both internally and externally. This is a good sign on the Apple side that they're more willing to embrace things that developers like inside of Xcode instead of just continuing to reinvent everything with no value being added. Cool. Weird, but cool. GitHub models. Oh, God. Oh, they made a way to choose different models and host them through GitHub. Cool. Oh, God. Copilot workspaces. I don't want to get nerd sniped by this, but I already have a video. I've never been more embarrassed on someone else's behalf as I was trying to look through the Copilot workspaces stuff. The one example they used for all of their marketing, the code was wrong, and the AI, quick context on Copilot workspaces, it's a bot that will look at your GitHub issues and automatically file PRs based on the issue as you described it, which it did a great job at, because it took an issue, which was add a URL validator to validate GitHub URLs. It did it wrong, and it added a new license file to the repo, and it added a contributing MD to the repo. None of those things are fixing the problem that was in the issue, but all of them were things the bot thought would be a good idea to stick into that PR. And they used the screenshots of that PR intentionally cropped for all their fucking marketing. Someone found the PR and showed how bad it was, and I got to cover that in my video. So check that out if you haven't. If you want to see just how little faith I have in Copilot Workspace, I'm just going to skip this part. Oh, is the rest a demo of it? God. Okay, what the fuck is Spark?
One more advancement to show you. An advancement that fundamentally blurs the line between a developer and the everyday person. Introducing GitHub Spark.
The applause is as unsure as I am. The AI native tool to build apps in natural language. Can we stop saying AI native? Can that term just die? Can we agree as a community? Stop using the term AI native. It's borderline Web3 in how meaningless and grifty it is. Oh yeah, I sniped at Theo on Twitter. It was like a long battle, but I got it yesterday.
GitHub Spark is an AI native tool to build applications entirely in natural language. Now any person, no matter their experience, can create and share an application in a matter of minutes. Why don't we do another live demo? Spark, and the first thing you notice, it's not an IDE in the classic sense. I don't have to install Python first or figure out how sudo works with Homebrew.
This is literally just GitHub poorly catching up to everything we've been doing as an industry. We have v0.dev, which is slow to load for some reason. I turned off my Wi-Fi. What the fuck's up with my DNS? This has to be my DNS. There's no way it would... This is like Vercel having an issue of some form. There's no way. Why the fuck? An ARC issue is not unlikely, honestly. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. There we go, cool. Retake on that. That looks familiar. That looks familiar. Point being, there's been a handful of these now. Hell, I've invested in one. That looks familiar. It's kind of insane that GitHub is just making a almost certainly going to be worse version of the exact same thing. And also, once again, they're defaulting to Sonnet because the other models aren't good at this.
I see an input field of what I want to create. I, of course, have our new model picker here with different models. And I have all my recent Sparks, and you can kind of get an idea what you can do with Spark by just reading, through the list, a podcast timer app, a karaoke night planner, vehicle world game. And, speaking of games, I always love to build little games when I have time to play with large language models. So let's do a tic-tac-toe game with the hippo and a rubber duck, or a duck.
My eyes glazed over. Can we actually see this?
And you have to figure out which code goes into which file. You have to copy and paste stuff. You have to try to figure out.
Oh, I'm already seeing something I detest. Let me get out of full screen so I can zoom in on that. Iterate, theme, settings, data, menu. What the fuck is that bottom nav? Do you know what this reminds me of? The worst UX I've ever seen in a product. DaVinci Resolve, which always, and I mean always, let me find the screenshot I just opened. Cool. Why does that... Oh, what image a new tab? There we go, cool. DaVinci Resolve always has these giant icons in this tab bar at the bottom. No matter what you do, this is taking up a bunch of your vertical real estate. Even though these shouldn't even be different tabs. They'll just be part of the fucking editor. It's insane. And now you have Sure, you don't have to worry about code. It's not an editor. But instead, you have to worry about iteration, themes, settings, and data. And for some reason, they're all different fucking things.
Out how to run the thing on the terminal. Here, it just does it all for us, streaming in digital, as you can see on the screen. And at the bottom, you already see.
I feel like I'm having an aneurysm.
The console here where I can refine, my prompt later. So here's my tic-tac-toe game, and of course I want Moo Dang to win, right? The hippo needs to win, so here's the duck. Let's see if I can still, here's my Moo Dang, let's say.
Cool, tic-tac-toe works. Just to emphasize how dumb this is, build me a tic-tac-toe game in React. Oh no, I could see code. This is unusable. Who the fuck are they targeting with this? Oh, look at that. Use Tailwind. How nice. And in just a moment's time, we now have a fully functioning game of tic-tac-toe. Did it run? Rip. What's going on? Oh, no, it loaded. That's hilarious. Okay, that's even funnier. Notice something wrong with the layout? I do have to screenshot that. No, I didn't mean to refresh. Ah, fuck it. Whatever. That's the one annoying thing when you have these browser environments is the hotkeys you're used to affect the browser, not the thing you're in. Let's see if I got it right this time. No. Make the grid 3 by 3. You know what? I love Bolt. It's usually much better at these things. Make me a game of tic-tac-toe in React. Cool. Now we have, theoretically, a working game of tic-tac-toe. Cool. Dope. How did Bolt do? Bolt, supposed to be the good one. Rip. I will say Bolt has one awesome benefit, which once this loads, I'll show you guys. It should be started. Cool. So even though I couldn't get it to fix this, there are two cool things you can do here. The first is you can edit the code yourself, which is really nice. So if I wanted to go fix the layout here, I could. So we have the board component. I can go find the code for it. Board is in /components/board. So in here, we can make sure this is correct. I'm not going to bother with a grid. Instead, we're going to do flex call. And now I did that and saved it. It's fixed. And I can even add a gap in both of these. We'll do gap 2, or gap 3 is what I'm using below. And look at that. It's fixed. Dope. It's really easy to do that. What's even easier is deploying. I could say, deploy this, and it will. And I could even click the little deploy button that my face is covering in the corner. If I do that, there you go. Close X I don't need anymore. Cool. And now we're auto-deploying to Netlify. I do actually unironically think this is pretty cool, especially for people who aren't coders, to be able to deploy a thing and see it actually working in production that easily is dope. And you could even claim it for your Netlify project. So if somebody gets to this URL before me, cool. You can have my tic-tac-toe app. Go nuts. Yeah. There's a lot of options for this, and all of them mostly work. I don't care about GitHub making their own worse version. What else is there? Spark apparently goes further. As devs, we love to customize our environments and to build tools that fit our unique preferences and workflows. What are you? Speak for yourself. I'm joking. Obviously, we're into that. We do this not just because it improves productivity and ergonomics, but also because it makes our daily routine feel more personal. And when things feel personal, they're typically more fun. However, while we may invest in things like managing dot files, writing automation scripts, or configuring editor settings, how often do we pass up ideas for making our own apps? Not necessarily because we couldn't build them, but because they seem too short-lived, niche, or time-consuming to prioritize. The thing blocking me isn't that they're too short-lived or time-consuming to prioritize. It's that Stripe setup sucks. As soon as Stripe's easier to set up, I'm going to be putting out like 3 times more apps. And even then, I'm still putting out a ton. And I also have a YouTube channel, and I run a company, and I do a bunch of investing and advisory. It's not that hard. I think we're kidding ourselves saying, and I see this all the time, I need a good term for this fallacy. The tools are the problem fallacy is how I see it. It's, if only the tools were better, then we would have so many more things. If only it was easier to record a YouTube video, we'd have so many more YouTubers. If only it was easier to use OBS, we'd have so many more streamers. If only the IDE was simpler, we'd have so many more developers. No, that's not how this shit works. Doing it is hard. Making the entry point marginally easier does nothing but delay when that huge cliff occurs. It is jumping off a cliff to learn how to code. If the AI tools let you do something before you get to that cliff, cool. You still got to jump up the fucking cliff when you get there. That's just reality. And pretending that fixing all the tools is going to make the cliff go away is delusional. It's just shifting where it happens. Yeah, useless. I don't care. Anything else here that I missed? AI native occurs 6 times on this fucking page. I can't pretend to care anymore. I am sorry for dragging all of you guys through this. What a journey. I am done. Thank you, Copilot, for making me content at least. I don't see a future where they succeed meaningfully. I cannot believe the state of things here. I had higher hopes, and I missed the era where GitHub was innovative. I feel like the innovation at GitHub quit or retired long ago, and now all of the innovation happens externally so that GitHub can copy it. We'll see where we end up next year and how much AI native bullshit I have to talk about. And until then, peace, nerds. That one demoralized me a bit, I'm not going to lie. That was my last priority one, right? Cool. I've been going for 5 hours. I have a little bit of steam left in the tank. I'd say these 3 are the ones I am the most willing to do right now. But this is the one that will give me the most energy. But I also kind of want to do it when I have more energy. I'll do this one. Fuck it. Netflix removed React. Did I mark right? Yeah, I did. Cool. Let's get started. Did you know that Netflix removed React from their code? Did you know that Netflix got rid of React and they immediately saw it as fast? What was the number? 50%? Yeah. Did you know that God damn it, I can't talk at all today. Did you know that Netflix removed React and their website is 50% faster as a result? Sounds crazy, right? I know it has to be true because I saw it on Twitter. Look, here it is. It's a real picture from what seems like a real presentation. Obviously, this is a really big deal, right? Right? This isn't misinformation. There isn't a community note proposed. This isn't somebody grifting their shitty AI startup and using React drama they don't understand 7 years later. Is it? We have a lot to talk about here. The reality is that using React correctly is both really simple and somewhat complicated. And the things that the Netflix team has done to make React a good experience for their devs and to make their website a good experience for their users are really interesting and nuanced and worth the conversation. Not a shitpost, a conversation. I would love to have that conversation, and there's a lot of interesting details here. Everything about how HTML is generated, how JavaScript is bundled, to why you would use React for a landing page or your terms of service. Can't wait to dive into all of this with you, but first, a really quick word from today's sponsor. Anyways, if you look into the community note here, it drops a really useful link for context, which is this Y Combinator conversation on the Hacker News board from 2017. Let's dive in as a starting point. There's a lot of nuance to dive into here, but I think here will be a good start. Hey, I work on the team at Netflix, and I work on the team at Netflix that gave the talk on React in the sign-up flow in the tweet. The full talks are available here if people want to watch them. Link to the talk. Though I'd also provide some more context on some common questions people have asked. Let's hear it. Why are you using React to render a landing page? The Netflix landing page is a lot more dynamic than most people think it is. I should give a little additional context first. They didn't remove React from the code base. They didn't remove React from the app. All they did is server run and server render the landing page in React so that you don't need the JavaScript on the client side. So the only thing React was removed from is the bundle that you load of JavaScript on the client on the home page. As they say here, though, because the first question you'll ask is, well, if you removed React, why would you even use it for the render? Just write it in anything else. It's just HTML. Just write the HTML. You're lazy. You're dumb. You're a JS soy dev. What are you doing? There are good reasons. As this engineer points out, the Netflix landing page is significantly more dynamic than most people probably think. It's our most heavily A/B tested page in the sign-up flow. It's our most heavily A/B tested page in the sign-up flow, with even some machine learning models being used to customize the messaging and imagery that you get, depending on location, whether or not you were previously a Netflix member, your device type, and a lot more. This isn't some AI grift going on now. Reminder that this was over 7 years ago. Even beyond that, Netflix supports almost 200 countries now, and there's a different combination of localization, legal challenges, and value messaging for each one. We end up sharing a lot of the logic in the UI for these A/B testing and localization challenges throughout the sign-up flow, mainly through React components. Crazy. It turns out, as your HTML gets more dynamic in terms of the things it might result in, React's a good solution to the problem. There are other ways to template your HTML, but if your company's already building everything in React, you already have this page written in React, you just want it to be faster, you can use all of these tools to render the right HTML with React and just send the HTML down to the user. If you've been around recently, this might sound familiar to something the React team introduced. Don't spoil yourself, though. We're going to get there in a little bit. The example I always love to give is the terms of use component that we have, which to a Netflix customer signing up, it's literally 1 or 2 checkboxes in the UI, but it has some of the most complicated logic in the code base due to the vast number of countries and user states that we support. Because of all of this, it's more valuable for us to share these custom React components across the entire sign-up process, both for the landing page and for the rest of the flow, which is a single-page React and Redux application. Again, they can share everything. They're just generating the result for the user ahead of time on the server. Kind of sounds like server components, right? We'll get there. I also love the terms of use in terms of service example, not because everyone has these really dynamic flows with it, but because it is consistently one of the things that requires the most data to be fetched and double fetched. If we go to ping.gg, which is an app I built using the old way of building with Next.js, TypeScript, React, all that, and we go to the terms of service page, we'll see something interesting. If I go to the network tab and we grab something like provided by T3 tools and we search for this, you'll see this came up in 2 places. Not 2 places in one file, but 2 different files. We have the ping.gg/info/whatever here, which is the actual HTML response. And if I open this in my editor, you'll see this is the HTML page that my computer fetched when I went to the URL. And this includes all of the information for this terms of service. We have all these H2 and P tags that are the terms of service, which is included in the HTML. Cool. That's how the web works. Nothing special here, right? One more thing. We also reload the exact same data in JavaScript because when we server render with the old model for React, we create the default HTML state, but we need to run the exact same JS code on the server and the client. So the code that resulted in that being done properly and having the right things in the terms of service, all of that, including every single word of your terms of service, has to be included in the JS bundle that then reruns, re-renders, and reattaches everything as soon as the page loads. That sucks hard. The fact that you have to double fetch all of this data, that you have to have all of the copy in here again, even though it's there already, it's just in the HTML, that sucks. And server components help solve this significantly because when you use a server component, you don't have to send all of the same stuff down as JS. It can just be the HTML representation. We'll go there in a little bit. I keep getting ahead of myself. We've seen a lot of conversion value through it. We've seen a lot of conversion value through improving the performance of the landing page, especially in countries with slower connections. But we don't also want to reduplicate a lot of the shared UI logic that we have. I will say if your connection is slow enough you can't go through the sign up for Netflix, how the fuck are you going to stream a movie on Netflix? For other companies, like if this was Amazon or Walmart or a bank, this would make a lot of sense. But if your internet's too slow to sign up for Netflix, what's your experience going to be like watching it? Ugh. The trade-off we decided to make is to server render the landing page using React, but also prefetching React Redux in the code for the rest of the sign-up flow while we're on it. This optimizes the first load performance, but it also optimizes the time to load for the rest of the sign-up flow, which has a much larger JS bundle size to download since it's a single-page app. This all makes sense. It's starting to sound a little bit like server components. What's the performance metric that's being used? It's time to interactive. We all hopefully know what that is. Why not service workers? Cool, awesome. Here's where things start to get fun. Here is Sophie, who was at the time an employee on the React team. Now she just contributes externally. I work on React. We'd love to hear from your team sometime and collaborate on this sort of thing. We're solving many of the same problems, but I rarely hear from Netflix engineers except at talks where they're announcing that they're avoiding React or they have forked it, often for reasons that we weren't even aware of. Yeah, there was a lot of this at the time. People reinventing parts of React or forking or gutting and doing all these things and giving these bombastic talks about it without bothering to reach out or talk to the React team. It's gotten better. It was a two-sided problem because the React team didn't make it clear how open they were to these types of things. They've gotten much better about that. It's pretty easy to get a hold of them if you really want to, if you have a compelling enough reason, especially if you work at a big company. The reason this was written is almost certainly because they had started exploring how server components would work. The harsh but somewhat fun reality of all of the benefits that were described here is if they were using the new server component model, it would have done almost all of the exact same things. You could have had components be reused on the landing page and in other places, and when you render them on the server, they're a server component, and when you render them on the client, they're a client component. Awesome. You could have had the terms of use be dynamic based on users' cookies and whatnot, and you have to load all the different possible states as JS. You just load the one the user wants. I have a weird example of this. Let me open up a code base I should be careful with quick. Cool. I can show now. So, I just realized the hotkey to turn this on and off, I rebound to something else. That is so annoying. Yeah, I bound command period to something else outside of the browser. Dumb. Whatever. Cool. Anyways. Here is upload thing. If you don't already know, it's an app I built and got a little 3D printed thing of here to make it easier to add file uploads to your apps. And when I say file uploads, I don't mean I go dump it somewhere in a web UI and then let users see the file. I mean users can upload files. UGC is a really hard thing to handle properly when users are uploading their own content. We built a great way to do that, especially if you're a full stack dev, especially if you're a Next dev. I'm not here to just show upload thing though. I already did my shelling earlier. I'm here to show you guys how server components made this much easier to build and work with. So here we have my apps. And you might have noticed all of these have these fancy little backgrounds to make it a little clearer that they're different from each other. I'm using hero patterns for that. Hero patterns is a source of patterns that are open source for you to grab as SVGs and use in your stuff. It's really cool. I have all of these in a giant file here. And I mean it when I say giant. If I reveal in Finder, utils, generate pattern, this file alone is 205 kilobytes of JavaScript. And all it is all of the SVG patterns that I would want to render. Historically, you would not ever, ever, ever want to do this in your JavaScript code. Because if you do this in your JavaScript code, now this giant file gets loaded to the user. This one file is bigger than the entirety of React, which is kind of absurd. That would be really bad. The alternative way to do this, the traditional way, would be instead of the SVGs all being here, you would load them remotely once the content loads, but then you don't have the nice embedded behavior where the patterns are there right when the page loads. You have to wait for them to be fetched separately from the server in a different round trip. Not ideal. So how do we make sure all of these patterns can exist in our code and that we can generate HTML using the right SVGs without having to load all of this on the client? It's actually quite simple. It's done. This file works that way. If I want it to work differently, then I go wherever this exists. So we find that I call this in page TSX. If I want this to be on the client side, it's easy. I go up here, use client. Now this file loads JavaScript to the user. Without this here, get random pattern styles and the things from that function and the things from that code do not go to the user. I'm able to specify an unbelievable number of permutations in different states the UI can be in and represent that in my code and not have to ship all of those potential states to the user. The way to think about this is when you look at something like this UI, your code needs to handle all the different states the UI could be in. It needs to handle the empty state. It needs to handle the loading state. It needs to handle the state with 15 apps. It needs to handle the state with one app. It needs to handle the different states with the different backgrounds for all of those different apps. So every permutation your UI could be in, code has to exist for it. The pattern for this, there's a pattern to describe this way of thinking called server-driven UI, where instead of the server giving the client data that the client then uses to figure out which version of the UI to show you, what if the server drove the UI? What if the server told the client, hey, your UI should look like this? That's how the web used to work. Apps, and I'll admit, single-page apps and websites built that way with stuff like React, encourage a different way of thinking, where your HTML would have nothing in it. You'd load a little bit of JS, which would then go fetch JSON, and then generate the HTML on the user's device, which means every single way the HTML can render has to exist in the JS first. Server components mean you don't have to have that code representing all of those permutations on the client's device anymore. It can run on the server and just send their permutation to them. So I have 400 something patterns in that file here, at least probably. So I have all of these patterns and all of these things, but all that loads is the actual HTML for the ones being rendered. That's the magic of server components. So now imagine instead of these being different patterns that could or couldn't render, these are different countries. And instead of it rendering 15 of them, it renders 1. But each of them has different needs, and that theoretical JavaScript file is huge with all the different copy for all the different languages, for all the different expectations that can exist. And now you have to render all of those different permutations, which means the JavaScript has to include everything for every language. Now, when I load the United States version, I loaded the code for the India version too. I loaded the code for the Germany version too. I loaded all of the different JavaScript for all the different states that URL could potentially be in. The magic of server components is you're only fetching for the things that you're actually rendering. So if I am loading this page in the US, it's not going to load the JavaScript for the India or the Germany version. It's going to just load the things that I rendered. It solves this problem. They effectively re-implemented server components with what they were describing here, which is hilarious, because if you implement this with server components the right way, your savings are probably going to be even bigger than 50%. We've already seen this with a lot of applications taking advantage of these things. Server components allow you to have server code that generates HTML that doesn't result in additional JavaScript going to the user. And this isn't just reinventing PHP, because PHP doesn't let you write client code. You can have a component that on client works the way I'm describing, and on server is not sending JavaScript to the user, and you can reuse it in both places. That is a concept that nothing has had before it. And sure, the server sending HTML might feel like PHP, but if you think this is just PHP, then you understand neither PHP nor the browser. Sorry to call you out, random chatter, but this is the stupidest thing anyone said today, and I cannot believe that you watch my stuff if you actually think this is the case. Anyways. If you want proof of this, there's a really good example. I have a video that should probably already be out by now. It's called Next Faster. There's a website called McMaster that people seem to think is vanilla HTML, and that's why it's so fast, when in reality, it's using a shitload of JS, like multiple megabytes of it, in order to make it feel as fast as it is. Ethan Neisser and crew rebuilt it with a service called Next Faster. It's not a rebuild, it's inspired, but it's for school materials and shit. It's even faster. When I click things, I'm clicking now. They load immediately, because it turns out Next.js in server rendering makes it pretty easy to do this. And the coolest part of the new model is you get to choose when it stops being just HTML and starts being client-side JS, and you can pass things from the server to the client as HTML. So a great example of this, I need to have one of these just pulled up so I can open it whenever. Don't save any of what I'm doing here. I'm just going to go mock this up real quick so I have it for other things. PNPM create next app at Canary. We'll call this tab RSC go to example. Phase, cut out everything until I get it working. Tabs.tsx. Sport default. I need to use client. I don't want children. I want A, B, C. Cool. Now, const tab, set tab is use state A. I'll say A or B or C. Import use state. And I'm going to tell cursor, make a tab component with a nice tab bar on top to switch between the past A, B, and C nodes. Use Tailwind. Cool. Nice and easy. Tab wrapper. Delete everything here. Cool. That worked. Give it a little padding. Nice. Cool. This will demo what I want to demo. So, you know what? I'm going to make this a little more complex. Function, tab, contents. Tab name or cool. Console.log rendering tab components for tab. And then here, look at that. I love cursor. That worked as expected. Nice. Cool. Phase, cut to here. So, to showcase why server components are so different from previous models, I made a simple example. Imagine in docs, you have the little tabs for like TypeScript or JavaScript or Python, HTML, whatever. Is one of those tab bars. You have these little tabs, tab A, tab B, tab C. And when you click them, they render different contents. I passed all of these as props. We have tab contents, tab equals A, tab equals B, tab equals C. And I have this little helper function, tab contents. And it console logs rendering tab components for tab. If I do this the way you guys are used to, ignore that. I go here, I refresh, I click tab C, it logs. I click tab B, it logs. The reason is all of this JavaScript is running on the client, as it should. What happens if I delete that, though? We see we're getting these server logs, but these are being injected by Next. It's a cool thing they do that, but these aren't happening on the client side. They're just forwarding those over for me. Client side, and you'll see here as I click between the tabs, there are no new logs. How? What's going on here? One of the really cool things you can do with server components that doesn't exist in any other framework right now is when you pass something that is a server rendered component like we have here with tab contents, and I pass that as a prop to a client component, which obviously tab wrapper has a use state call, so it is a client component. It renders all of these states on the server because they're all being passed as props. So now A, B, and C get rendered on the server and all get passed down as what is effectively HTML, so to speak, to the client. So they all get pre-rendered on the server, and now we don't have to wait between them. They're all there. They're all in the HTML. They're all in the browser. And even though we have these different states that all could exist and all were generated in this code that does exist and does run, none of that affects the end user. None of this goes to the user. They'll never have to know about it, as they shouldn't. Now you can have an infinite number of these different conditions, and none of that is loading as JS that the user gets. And we don't give up the dynamic behaviors and controls that we normally get from React. We just have the option to intermingle these things that don't ship JS to the user with the things that do. It is a new paradigm. It is really cool, and it solves all of the problems that are being described in this 7-year-old comment from a 7+-year-old talk that is being misused by an AI grifter to get free attention. And I cannot believe I'm giving him even more fucking attention by doing this, but it is the stupidest thing I've seen in such a long time that I had to rage a little bit. Because not only is this problem being deeply misunderstood, it also has been solved by the new solutions, and the people who are sharing this thing unironically like it's a big problem are the same people who are bitching about the new solutions and saying, oh, we just reinvented PHP. No, we didn't. This is something new. And if you can't see how this is something new, you're struggling to see. That's not our fault anymore. Enough of us have done a good enough job at explaining why this pattern is cool and why we're able to build things as performant as we do with really good public examples like NextFaster, which is open source for you to go look at and see how you can make things that are super dynamic with a ton of stuff going on, both in the markup and the data model, without having a thing that sucks to use. I will offer some sympathy, though. If you were at Netflix at the peak of the single-page app craze, these solutions didn't exist. And I can understand why you would do something drastic like reinvent how your HTML is being rendered so you can rip the React part out of it. I get it. You didn't have server components yet, but now we do. And continuing to reference examples from years ago, from almost a decade ago, like these tools haven't improved since, it's embarrassing. And I really hope we stop sharing these things like they're real or sincere or meaningful commentary on how React works for production, when nobody at Netflix would say this is the right thing to do today. Nobody who built it would say it, and I am explaining to you how to do it right instead. Stop sharing things you don't understand because they're dunking on a thing you don't like. And stop the AI grifting shit. I'm so done with it. God. I got nothing else on this one. Peace, nerds. I think that was a fun one. What do you got for me here? Oh, that's actually a really cool thing. I'll add this. Marker more for next faster. I talk about the cost of SSR at scale all the time. They don't fucking matter. I've said this in so many videos. If you go to any of my SSR videos, I probably talk about it twice. The reality is, if you're not server rendering, you're client rendering, which means the client needs the data. If the client needs the data, the client needs to be authenticated, which means if you have 5 components that need data, you're calling your auth server 5 times. You're calling your gateway 5 times. You're calling your database 5 times. You're connecting to your database 5 times. You're doing everything 5 times, assuming you only need 5 pieces of data on the homepage. With server rendering, sure, React's really slow, but in fucking reality, everything else you're doing is slower, and if you can do it once instead of 5 times, or 100 times, or 1,000 times on a site like fucking Twitch, it's obviously cheaper. The only reason SSR would be more expensive than client rendering is because your application is entirely unauthenticated and it uses no data, or you're not using either of these things right. In reality, SSR is comically cheaper, and if you don't get that, your skill issues are too big to be here. Siri, I'm so tired of that one. Anyways, context for phase, just got a really good source about Nextmaster stuff. I want to add this in as well. Sneak this in whenever we're talking about that link file. So I was just talking about how that link file has a little bit of magic that you don't necessarily need, but could also copy paste and re-implement it yourself. Turns out you might not even have to, because Malta, the CTO of Vercel, is actually going to upstream some of the things that they did to make it even faster. As Malta says here, what's cool about the app is that it's mostly just plain old idiomatic Next. For example, just using route-based code splitting, Next font for automatic fonts, Next image for image optimizations, server components to prevent the JS size from increasing, all the things you normally expect. Partial pre-rendering for largely static delivery with server-side invoked dynamic parts. Yep, all cool stuff. But as Malta says, they do add some special optimizations beyond what the framework does by default. Additionally, there are some optimizations that end up not shipping because there isn't an idiomatic way to implement them in Next. Both cases are great learning experiences that can inform the future versions of Next.js. Here are some examples. Inlining CSS is an attractive technique because it allows rendering the first contentful paint with a single HTTP round trip. Next Master doesn't do this, but the original McMaster does. It's not a good idea for many sites, but if the CSS itself is small, it's fine. What changes the equation is that with Tailwind, the CSS size never grows. And so inlining is actually probably right. Cool. Be dope to have that added in. They also call out the next link stuff that I was just mentioning. They have next link navigate on mouse down. I know this is a long time feature request for Next, and Next Master ships it. It would likely be controversial as a default, but it would be a good opt-in. Fun fact, I have a whole video about John Carmack's take about mouse down versus mouse up for behaviors, and I have come around. I think mouse down is almost always better. It's also not possible to cancel a router prefetch invoke prefetch. This would be nice if they could cancel it. They have crazy ways they're doing it now. Be nice if that was built in. They also mention in the image prefetching, it would be nice to make this a first-class feature. Definitely has to be separate from the document prefetching, as you'd only want to prefetch images with higher user intent. Also a good call out. You wouldn't want to just immediately prefetch as soon as the page is being prefetched. You'd want to prefetch when the user's hovering or some other action has indicated that you really want to fetch all of the data. Because if you opened a page and it links to 50 pages, all with 20 images, you're loading 1,000 images just by opening that up. So that can't be a default, but you can do this right. Not the accessibility thing. This is not true at all. In fact, mouse down is better for accessibility. I go in depth on this in the video. There's a very real accessibility problem with mouse down, mouse up, which is there are many disabilities that make it harder to target a button that you're trying to click. And if you let go of the mouse button, you will almost always, no matter how able-bodied you are, you will move the mouse slightly when you're letting go of the cursor and no matter how able-bodied you are, you will let go of the cursor. God damn it. No matter how able-bodied you are, when you let go of the click on the mouse, you will move some amount. For some people, that amount is more or less. So if the action occurs when you let go of the button instead of when you click the button, the likelihood of a misclick actually goes up. This is a much bigger deal in VR because the trigger is a way to click when you're pointing with a controller. When you let go, your balance changes slightly and you move up and down, which is why in every VR experience, everything is on button down, on press, instead of on release. It is more accessible, and every accessibility tool triggers a mouse down click. It's just not the case. I am not like a leading expert in accessibility, but I did run a lot of the stuff that we did for it at Twitch. I spent a lot of time talking to people using every single type of screen reader on the fucking planet. I have done a lot of work to make accessible experiences. Mouse down is not the reason your experiences aren't accessible. It actually helps more than it hurts. So yeah, I almost fell for that trap. I did a little more research. It's not the case in the slightest. Anyways, back to what Malta had to say. Right now, next image defaults to lazy by default. It's a good default, but it should be considered to make the first n images, like the first 5 to 10, eager by default, as they are more likely to be above the fold. I showed how that was implemented with the stupid little counter. That being built in would be really nice. They're working on getting all of these snuck in to be actually part of Next.js. So if you do want these optimizations, by the time you watch this video, they might already be in Next, which is really cool. That said, they were almost all really easy to implement in your code base. With a single 150 line of code file, you could get half or more of the things they're discussing here, which is nuts. It's so extensible and so good. It's surprisingly easy to write these types of super performant things within the Next model, and the result is 1/5 the JavaScript that you would have had to load to do it the way that McMaster did. I think that's pretty cool. Anyways. Let me go add both this guy and the extra note. They made this faster. Drop that in here. Intro at end. First, more has context on where to put it. More should go right. I'll put the 2 parts I recorded for it. I should go right after I show off the link.tsx file. Cool. That should be all the context you need, phase. Yeah, larger action area is almost always the actual key for accessibility. Had a couple bangers during stream. Thank you, guys. Cursor is significantly faster than Copilot. It is marginally slower than what I'm used to with Super Maven. Cool. We got 7 videos, 6 main channel, 1 second channel. I'm pretty burnt. I already feel the rage coming in, which means it's a good time to end. Going for almost 6 hours. It's past 7 o'clock my time. Let's figure out who we're raiding. Anybody I owe a raid to? No, let's check out software and game dev. Who deserves the crew? Oh, Team Vash is live. Team Vash, easy. Have they been live for too long? No? Perfect. Team Vash it is. Have fun, nerds. See you guys maybe this weekend. Certainly next week. Yeah, my trip doesn't come up for a while after. So you'll definitely see me Wednesday. Might do a filler stream this weekend if there's enough stuff going on. Have fun with Vash. Good seeing y'all as always. Goodbye. And goodbye to YouTube as well.